Welcome, friends and family, to Costa Rica, where strength meets spirit and the youngest hearts rise against the heaviest steel. Today, the juniors and sub-juniors step forward. Not just to lift the bar, but to lift the limits of what the past dictated. Bar is loaded. Deep breath, a steady gaze, and with every attempt, a story is written. Cheer them on, for every lift is more than weight. It is courage in motion. Now, a chance at history for the next lifter. As they attempt to lift more than any junior has ever done, let's raise our voices, for this is power, this is passion, this is the future. As the final bar returns to the ground, we salute these young warriors of strength. Each lift, a promise, each effort, a victory. Thank you, Costa Rica, for the energy, the spirit, and the pura vida that makes these days unforgettable.
Good evening and welcome to the 2025 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. I'm Amelia Potter, joined by Briar Lynch, New Zealand coach and referee. Thank you for joining me, Briar.
No worries, I'm really excited for this session.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. We have the Sub-Junior and Junior 59 kilo category. We have 10 sub-juniors followed by 17 juniors, so it will consist of 3 flights. And for the first flight we have the sub-juniors. You can see the running order as it stands here. Squats all the way up until 195, and just as a point of reference, Justin Nguyen opening on 195, the world sub-junior record standing at 201. Do you think we'll have a stab at that tonight?
Well, I mean, if he's opening at 195, he's probably pretty confident for it.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd hope he'd land not just on the world record, but way above it by his third, and that is a very exciting prospect to start the day off with. We are in for a real treat tonight. There's a bit of a battle at the top as well, we'll see, between France and the United States, but this early on, can't count anybody out. Kicking us off, Samuel McConkey from Canada, 135 on the bar. Samuel opening at 2.5 kilos below his squats PB, just 17 years old. I look forward to your insight as a coach and referee here. Some good pointers on decisions and red lights.
I hope my insight is actually useful and accurate.
I'm sure it will be. That's a great opening attempt for Samuel. Look how deep he goes here. No worries there.
Yeah, no questions for those side referees.
So what is it when we're looking for depth? What, as a referee, are you looking for?
Just that hip crease, making sure that it goes below the top of their knee. It can be quite hard with the darker singlets, and especially if the lifter's got a wide stance. But hey, we've got to make do and call it how you see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we have a jury here as well. Gadiel Padilla from Puerto Rico, 135 on the bar. Another very deep squatter.
Yeah, this session might be very easy for those side referees.
3 white lights, a good lift. Let's have a look at that again from a slightly more side-on angle, and you can see really how deep he does go. I feel like you see it a lot with the sub-juniors before they've learnt that perfect place to squat. They go quite deep.
Yeah, and they still have that hip mobility that some of us don't have.
Long gone for me.
Same here.
Martin Gangas Pavez from Chile, 145 kilos, been competing for less than 1 year. podium contender overall.
With less than a year's experience, that's very impressive.
Three white lights here, good lift.
Another really good opener.
Yeah, and it's important to open with something they're comfortable with. I think particularly the coaches helping them as sub-juniors put something that will boost their confidence going to the second, third round as well.
100%. I always find that the first squat is the most nerve-wracking. Once you've got numbers on the board, then you remember what your body's made for and get it done.
Alfred Zhu from Australia, 152.5 on the bar, 10 kilos below his best, his last year as a sub-junior. Very tidy looking squat.
Yeah, definitely. Great opener. And 3 whites.
Get ready. Followed it.
Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera from Colombia, stepping on 155 kilos.
Again, another really deep opener.
And a good lift, 3 white lights.
162.5 for Alan Joe TV. South Jake Scott.
Yeah, wow, seeing some extreme depth from some of these sub-juniors. Alain Duong Din Hee from France, looking to win today overall. 162.5 for his opening attempt, and I know I shouldn't look at my gifts before Christmas morning, but if we look at his deadlift opener, already above the world record at 263. A long way to go to get there, but
Yeah, got to get through squats and bench first, but that would be a very exciting deadlift opener.
162.5 now for Alan. And he got through it beautifully.
3 white lights.
Yeah, 3 white lights from the referees. I think he probably didn't go as deep as some of the other sub-juniors, but he might have learnt that sweet spot.
Yeah, and there's no extra points for going deep. Actually, at some point it begins to hinder you. You know, if you can find that sweet spot, you probably can churn out a few extra kilos. Jake Scott from Great Britain, one of those lifters in this flight, fighting for a podium spot overall. 165 on the bar, only 17 years old, opening on his personal best. Stands up. I'm a little worried about the depth.
Yeah, I'm not too sure on the depth, but I'm also not too sure what those yellow cards were for.
I think he might have skipped the rack command.
That would make sense.
So you see he waits for the squat command, and as he finishes, he steps forwards very quickly.
Yeah, it's hard to see on the replay, obviously, because you can't hear the command.
But I think, unfortunately, just needs to listen out next time round and hit depth.
Yeah, I think he's definitely got the strength there. Maybe a bit of first squat nerves.
Yeah, I was going to say, nerves can do a whole lot, and it seems that is the case here. Su Caballero from Mexico, 175 on the bar for his opening attempt. still moves pretty well despite hitting the hole quite hard at the bottom.
Yeah, it was pretty fast on the way up.
Next up from Japan, Shuto.
3 white lights, a good lift.
180. Justin NBA, get ready. Bar loaded.
Shuto Umakari from Japan with a personal best of 195, opening on 180 kilos. That is a tough opener for Umakari.
Yeah, definitely a grind on the way up. I wonder if he's got many more kilos left in the tank.
Yeah, I want to see if anything went wrong here on the replay, but I'm glad he got it because, like you said, how many kilos are left there, do you think? His hips shoot back a little bit, but I'm not sure it would have made that much of a difference.
Yeah, I guess we'll see come his second attempt.
And our final opening attempt now. Justin Nguyen from the United States, 195. Like I said, just 6 kilos below the world record. His personal best, 202.5, just 16 years old. And it's very, very quick. Let's look for the lights.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, I think he's one of those lifters as well who's learnt where that sweet spot is. He definitely didn't go any deeper than he needed to.
No, and that's why I hesitated. Not because I didn't think it was deep enough, but because his squat was so fast. I wanted to see that replay.
Yeah, blink and you miss it.
And that concludes our opening attempts, all bar Scott from Great Britain getting a squat in on the board. He has another shot now as we head through to the second round with Justin Nguyen leading. I can't imagine anything less than a 6 kilo jump for Justin there.
Yeah, it would be pretty silly not to make that jump, and then he can push it out further on his third as well.
Samuel McConkey from Canada, 142.5, a 7.5 kilo jump for a new personal best. So to extend his personal best by 5 kilos.
A good lift. 150 for Deadlift, Puerto Rico. Next up from Chile, Martin Vargas Fares.
He's a good lift, 2 white lights.
Followed it.
Gadiel Padilla from Puerto Rico taking a huge jump for a 59 kilo sub junior to 150 as a 15 kilo jump.
That is a big jump.
I mean, his opener looked good, but as a coach, Briar, what do you say to a 15 kilo jump at this weight class?
Probably not, because that is a big percentage of the weight he's lifting and a big percentage of his own body weight as well. But it doesn't seem to be a problem for him.
No, and maybe it's just on that the opener was so conservative that they needed to make that sort of jump, or it's the way that he trains, but not necessarily the most usual jump we would expect to see at this weight class and age category.
No, that's more a super heavy, experienced lifter kind of jump.
So I've got to say, I see another couple similar jumps in this flight. Martin Gengas Pavez from Chile taking a 15 kilo jump, as I just alluded to 160. And I won't speak too soon because of what Gadiel Padilla just showed us. But I stand by the fact that it's a pretty big jump in respect to their body weights.
That was possibly more what I was expecting with a 15 kilo jump. I mean, he did get it, 3 white lights, but I'm not sure how much of a jump he could make to his third and still get it.
Yeah, like you said, that's a little bit more what I thought the 15 kilo jump would look like, and it's fantastic that he got it, but he might have lost a couple kilos by not pacing it a little bit more equally.
Yeah, perhaps. I would say a 5 kilo jump for his third would possibly be a good option, but I'm not his coach, so I don't get that say.
Alfred Zhu from Australia, 162.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump to match his personal best. I'll say this is about what I would expect to see. But
Oh
even
dear.
so, yeah. The brakes seem to come on quite fast, and after his opener we got a thumbs up, and after his second double thumbs down. You can see here, bounces out of the hole, but the brakes come off pretty early.
Was that his hips shooting back a little bit there? Maybe.
Maybe so. Now our only lifter without an opener in is Jake Scott, who is up next. Retaking 165. Great
Yeah.
Britain. He got a red and 2 yellows.
Yeah, he just needs to listen to those commands a bit more and sink it. I didn't think he was hugely high. I do. It's probably just a couple more inches.
Yeah, and only one was for depth, so if he can just wait out and convince at least 2 of the referees, should be in a slightly safer spot, but 3 whites is ideal. Waits this time.
Yeah, that did look better depth-wise as well.
And he is on the board and can continue a little safer moving forward into his third attempt and into bench. Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera from Colombia, 15 kilo jump to 170. Like I said before, seeing a few of these in this weight class, and a good portion of the openers were extremely quick. So I'm not going to judge too quickly before I see what that jump looks like on each individual lifter.
I think that looks like a pretty good pick for his second, actually.
Yeah, I would agree with that. 3 white lights, a good lift. And I could already tell as he started moving the bar down with the control he had over the bar that it was going to be a pretty decent second attempt. It looked more controlled than his opener.
Yeah, you can see that on the replay as well.
Now, Alain Duongdin, he from France, 170, a 7.5 kilo jump. Just building as big a subtotal as he can. Makes up a lot of ground in the deadlift. Yeah, and that is a really nice looking second attempt. Plenty to grow into his third with confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely got gas left in the tank for his third. And I mean, Team France, a very experienced coaching team. They'll definitely be picking the right numbers for him.
Bar is loaded.
So Caballero from Mexico, 182.5 for his second attempt. This would match his personal best. That moved pretty well there, 2-1, just gets a depth call there, and you can give me your opinion on that, Briar.
Yeah, because it came from this side.
Shuto Umakari, Japan, 187.5.
I would say it was probably right on the cusp, maybe not enough for the jury to overturn, but they are looking at it.
Yeah, they seem happy to keep it a good lift, I think, just in there. Shuto Umakari from Japan chose to go up 7.5 kilos. His opener was a little harder than I think he expected. This will move him into squat silver, heading into the third and final round. Taking a good while to get set up, making sure everything's right here. I'm wondering if that's because he's a little bit in his head about how it's going to move.
Perhaps he was feeling the weight on his back quite a bit there, and yeah.
I think he just seemed pretty tentative, and I think with every shrug he made with that bar on his back, he was trying to convince himself and maybe spend a little too long there.
Perhaps. I'm hoping the coach can give him a good pep talk before his third and maybe get him out of his head a little bit.
Yeah. And our final second attempt, around about where we expected for Justin Nguyen, going for a world sub-junior record, forgoing the chip at least for now, with a clean 10 kilo jump to 205, which would extend the record by 4 entire kilos. Justin Nguyen now.
His opener was very smooth, so a 10 kilo jump is a good option.
And just swapping out one of the referees.
She's sitting her Category 2 international exam, so she can't ref a record just yet.
Giving Justin the best chance he can to get refereed correctly. So for a new world sub-junior record for Justin Nguyen, 205 on the bar for his second attempt. And he doesn't care, it's a record. He has another attempt left to go, and look how easy that was. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a new sub-junior world record.
Yeah, that didn't look too much different from his first attempt, to be honest.
And that's exactly why I think they weren't too bothered about the chip, at least there. You know, make that equal jump. If they want that on their third, there's plenty left in the tank to go for it. And now going into our third round, all 10 lifters have a squat on the board as we head into the third round. Of course, Nguyen leading with that new sub-junior world record. Samuel McConkey from Canada, 147.5. Yeah, and that's the slowdown you kind of expect to see when they dive bomb so deep into the hole.
Yeah, maybe just losing that tightness with the speed that he takes. But that comes with age and experience. I still think he's a reasonable pick for his third. He's got 2 squats on the board.
Gadiel Padilla from Puerto Rico, 160 kilos, a 10 kilo jump now. Gadiel was the first 15 kilo jump we saw and probably made it look the most comfortable.
Yes, he definitely did. We'll see what he does with this extra 10.
Yeah, and an excellent third. Did not sacrifice any of that depth whatsoever.
Not at all. I mean, he only slowed down slightly. I'm picking that first must have been extremely conservative. Maybe just a little confidence boost.
Yeah, and I don't honestly think he could have physically gotten lower in that squat if he tried. Alfred Zhu from Australia looking to retake that 162.5. Giving some love to the spotters there to keep him safe.
If you give them more love, do they keep you safer?
Guess he's about to find out. Hoping to turn that thumbs down to a thumbs up this time round. Certainly more controlled.
Definitely more control there.
And 3 white lights, a good lift. Way to turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely.
First group of juniors. Martin Gongas-Paves, 165 for Chile. Bar is loaded. Next out, Jake Scott, Great Britain.
Martin Gangas-Paves from Chile taking a 5 kilo jump to 165, which is sort of the guess of jump that you anticipated here after the 15 kilo jump. You said if you were his coach, you'd pin him for 5. I think 5, you know, is a good move to push him for sure as he's fighting for podium. I think 2.5 probably would have been a little bit safer.
Yeah, 2.5 definitely would have been the safe pick, but like you said, he is fighting for podium.
Yeah, and that's why I think 2.5 really was the option. But hindsight is 20/20, and it's so easy to say that now. But my point now is I was making is 2.5 extra in your total was better than a 5 kilo missed.
Absolutely, 100%. But also, it's very easy to make coaching decisions from over here at the commentary desk.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll continue to do so, but it's because it is much easier. Jake Scott from Great Britain, after missing his opener, he got out on his second, a little bit more switched on. Has jumped 10 kilos now to 175, and this be for a new personal best. Solid looking third there.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, that depth was just on. He listened to the calls. He's got the nerves out of the way, so we'll be excited to see what he does for bench and deadlifts now.
Next up is Alain Giorgini, France. The last 2 attempts to change the openers of the first group of 59 juniors.
Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera from Colombia taking a 5 kilo jump to 175 for a new personal best. And within reaching distance of that overall podium, so every kilo counts here. Carlos, another lifter who took a 15 kilo, then a 5 kilo jump. Let's see if it works out better in his favor. Wow, that is a great fight, but no, I think another 2.5 would have been good to utilise.
Yeah, but again, it's easy to say. I think possibly the first 15 kilo jump could have been knocked down by 2.5 or 5, and he would have gone further.
Yeah, and that's a lesson to take forward for them. You know, 5 kilos might not seem like a lot in the moment, but when you've made a 15 kilo jump just moments before.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alain Duong Din He from France, 175, a 5 kilo jump. And it's just not slowed down whatsoever.
Not at all. 3 whites, and he's got 3 spots on the board.
Yeah, and he's putting himself in such a strong position for that overall, although I've got to say he's not going uncontested whatsoever with Nguyen just on its tail, separated currently in prognosis only by body weight. Nguyen, the lighter of the two, but a long way to go yet.
Bar loaded. No more changes of openers for the first group of juniors.
Shuto Umakari now from Japan, retaking 187.5. We said the 180 was a little tough, and he was very tentative before his second attempt.
Yeah, I'm hoping he has a bit of confidence and a little bit less thought process, because overthinking doesn't do anyone any benefits. It is a little bit below his squat PB, though. His squat PB is listed at 195.
Yeah, just not there today. And you know, that could have been done at a local meet or a little bit heavier. It's a lot of variables that go into it. It's a long way to come, and there's a lot of variables to take into account at World Championships, including nerves as well.
Oh, absolutely. And the travel that these lifters have had to do, I don't think they quite understand the toll it takes on their body, especially this young. I know I've tried to tell my sub-juniors the toll it takes on them, and not really being listened to. They'll live and learn, though.
That's what the junior portion of your career is for.
Absolutely.
Zul Caballero now from Mexico, taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 190. Already has the silver secured. Looking for 7.5 extra kilos in his total to fight for a podium position. No, just got caught in the hole there. And a very good job by the spotters being able to bicep curl essentially that back up.
Absolutely. 5 spotters for over 200 kilos, and all of them had their work to do there. He probably could have stayed with the bar. That is one of my pet peeves as a referee, because it makes it very unsafe for the spotters and loaders.
Yeah, and you know, if it's bad enough, they can get disqualified.
Yeah, if they're doing it intentionally, I'm not sure he quite had the wherewithal to think about staying with the bar there.
And our final squat of the sub-junior flight, another world sub-junior record for Justin Nguyen, and as we suspected, going for that chip here to try and match Duong Din Hee, who will have that advantage on deadlift. 215.5 kilos for Justin Nguyen, the United States, for a new world sub-junior record to extend it by another 10.5 kilos. First time I've seen him struggle, and he continues to push through. Wow. 2-1, a good lift, and a new world sub-junior record for Nguyen. Absolutely incredible. Look at the fight he had to put in there.
Yeah, he slowed down, but he didn't stop at all. What a grind.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal effort, and that's put him in such a good position to fight for the world title. And that concludes the sub-junior portion. In squat bronze, Umakari from Japan with 180. In silver, Caballero from Mexico with 182.5. And of course in gold with a new sub-junior record of 215.5, Justin Nguyen of the United States. We move now onto the first of 2 flights of junior 59s. And we head into the juniors now. As I said, the medals will jump around a lot, and it won't be confirmed until we've seen both flights lift, so we'll have to somewhat ignore that for now. But it doesn't mean we won't see people potentially fight for individual medals from this first group. Hikaru Yamada from Japan, 135.
That looks like a pretty solid opener, and he's 3 white, so he's on the board.
That's a good lift.
So the bar is loaded now for Daniel Kwan from Singapore, 155 kilos. It says here his personal best is 157.5, so we might be expecting to see a new PB from Daniel today.
Certainly seems to be on the path for it. Just a reminder, we won't know the final standings for individual medals until we've seen both of these junior flights compete.
Yeah, there's so many junior boys rather, that they've had to split them. That was a really speedy opener, and he's got 3 whites there on the board as well.
And still some huge opening attempts in this flight.
Yeah, absolutely.
The world record in the juniors standing at 228, the highest opener in this flight, 187.5. So a little way off, but knowing we're moving towards that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Up now we've got James Moan from Ireland. He has 160 kilos on the bar. James looking to be in his last year of juniors.
Very well controlled squat there.
Very smooth, not dive bombing into it. And yep, 3 white lights.
And squatting an open like that really gives you a lot of confidence to move into the second. When it's a little bit rocky, you know, you're already starting in a place where you're unsure of your abilities.
Now we've got Daniel Gomez from Spain. He has 162.5 kilos on the bar.
One of the first Spanish lifters I think we've seen this championships.
Yeah, there was a couple of girls in the session just before who did really well, but Spain tends to turn out in force.
A little slow down in the middle there, but we can, at this moment in time, potentially attribute that to nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it still looks pretty tidy for an opener. I don't want to jinx it, but I do think that the juniors are controlling their openers a little bit more than the sub-juniors were, so maybe they've got a couple more years experience under their belt.
Yeah, which is expected to see.
We've got Felix Andre Soto Moneros from Chile now with 170 kilos on the bar.
And ironically to what you just said, it's been competing less than a year, so a little less experience actually. So impressive to be here already, first year into powerlifting.
Absolutely. I mean, it moved quickly, and he got 3 whites for it. As a referee, backseat referee in here, I wouldn't squat any higher if I were him.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. I think it looked pretty good in the replay, and it's very easy to make coaching decisions from the commentary booth and much harder to make referee decisions from the coaching booth. Sorry, the commentary booth.
Absolutely. Here we've got Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez from Guatemala, 180 kilos on the bar. It's quite cool to see all the South American and Central American countries with their teams here. Obviously we are in Costa Rica, so it's a little bit easier for them to get here.
It is in full force, it seems, lots of them. This is 30 kilos above Anderson Alfredo's personal best.
It didn't move like it was 30 kilos above his personal best. That was really nice. 3 whites.
185 for Sean Patrick Dickey, Canada.
Yeah, very solid opener.
Now we've got Sean Patrick Dickey from Canada. He's got 185 kilos loaded on the bar.
Yeah, just 5 kilos below Dickey's best.
Perhaps he's in the market for a new PB today.
Certainly looks like it. 3 white lights, a good lift. I do worry slightly about him holding his breath during the squat, though.
187.5.
Yeah, I do wonder if some people get the brace and the breathing combined. I
I think it's easy to do.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, breathing while bracing is a learned skill.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one opening attempt left here. Just the flag, I think, wrong.
Bar is loaded for Suriname.
Not sure he's from Canada. I think he's from Suriname.
No. We've got Gia Katatarino from Suriname. I think his flag is listed as Canadian, but I actually had one of my juniors training with him in the training area, and Suriname is it.
.187.5, just 5 kilos below Jair's personal best.
Another nice deep squat there.
Very, very strong looking opener for Jair there.
Well, the ref's keeping us in suspense. Our right side referee just having a chat with the technical controller. 3 white lights though, leaving us in suspense, but I didn't have any questions about Jair's first opener there. We're moving now on to the second attempts rather. We'll have Hikaru Yamada from Japan with 145 kilos on the bar, a nice 10 kilo jump from his opener.
Just a reminder, as we see the squat rank jump around, we do have another flight of 9 juniors to follow, so that is subject to change. Definitely not saying they couldn't medal from this flight.
No, stranger things have definitely happened, but the 9 that we have yet to see are the ones who are nominated with higher totals.
Looked a little difficult there, but it's bound to be harder on your second attempt.
Absolutely, 3 white lights.
A great example this year at Open World, Chan Labab from the C group coming 3rd overall.
Yes, overall is impressive. I mean, individual medals, perhaps. Now we've got Daniel Kwan from Singapore with 165 kilos and another nice 10 kilo jump from his opener.
Yeah, this will be a 7.5 kilo personal best for Kwan.
A little bit slow on the way up, but no form breakdown, and it was nice and deep. 3 white lights.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd say, it slowed down, but overall, I'd say it's a good second attempt, and it remained smooth.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can definitely see where the breakdown will come as it gets a little heavier.
Up now we have Daniel Gomez from Spain with 170 kilos on the bar, a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
I think probably a smaller jump than they anticipated to take. I think his opener moved a little slower than they thought it would.
Yeah, but that's what good coaches do, is they adjust based on the attempts rather than the wants. And it's easy to pick numbers a week out, but things change on the day. He has got one red on the far side for depth, but 2 white lights. So it is a good lift for now. The jury are discussing it. Bars loaded now for James Moan of Ireland. He is going to be taking 175 kilos, another one of these famous 15 kilo jumps.
Yeah, he had a very nice controlled opener. Of course, these being the juniors, slightly older than the sub-juniors, usually can handle those big jumps or know that they can a little bit better, but still a fairly sizable jump for a 59 kilo lifter.
Absolutely. James has 3 years competitive experience as well, so perhaps this is what he's used to.
nice second attempt.
Yeah, it didn't seem to look any different from his first with an extra 15 kilos, so it'll be interesting to see what they put for his third. Felix Andre Soto Monares from Chile is coming out now. He's taking 180 kilos, 10 kilos up from his opener. This is our junior who's got less than a year's competitive experience. And he's only a brand new junior as well at 19 years old.
Ooh, I'm a little worried the spotter might have taken it a bit early there.
Yeah, perhaps I think he possibly could have grounded out. The jury are able to award an extra attempt if they do think they took it too early.
Let's have a look here in the replay. And one side started to dip, which is allowed to happen. And the question is, you know, would he have got it anyway? If he gets the extra attempt, is that going to be helpful to him anyway? I'm not sure.
It is tricky to say. I mean, he still does have his third. His coach doesn't seem to be overly concerned by it.
I think they probably knew that it likely wasn't going to go up from there, and maybe a good choice if they're not concerned.
Yeah. We've got now Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez from Guatemala, 190 kilos. I am enjoying seeing these 10 kilo jumps. They make the scoreboard look very nice.
Again, very steady, very smooth.
Yeah, that was a good lift.
Let's have a look at that again here. Keeps position really nicely, and that's going to benefit him as it gets a little harder and he needs to increase the grind.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we've got Sean Patrick Dickey, Canada, 192.5 kilos, so a 7.5 kilo jump.
It's a 2.5 kilo personal best for Dickey on his second attempt.
I do wonder if he lost it forward there a little bit, like he rocked out of the hole. I think he could probably come back and get that for his third. I don't think it's a strength thing.
Let's have a look at the replay and assess it from there. Yeah, I really want to agree with you. It does break down in a place which, with the type of squat he has, it would break down if it was a strength issue, but I would like to err on the more positive side like you are, unlike cynical of me.
I'm still new to this. I want to see everyone succeed.
I want to, just to be clear.
Of course.
I also want that.
We've got Gianao from Suriname. He's taking 197.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump. This is 5 kilos over his personal best, and I think achieving a personal best on a world stage is a great achievement regardless of how the rest of your day goes.
Absolutely. That was a great fight. He just hit the hole really hard, and like we said, he's squatting so deep. It is so much extra work to get up from there.
Absolutely. You can probably see the depth on the replay. Yeah, it was
Olympic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the side referees, if he did get it up, wouldn't have had any question on his depth, but he is cutting himself a bit short there for the power. There
are very few high-level open lifters that continue to squat that deep. The only person I can really think of is Nonso Chinye, who's still only 21 years old. Hikaru Yamada now from Japan, 150, for his third and final attempt as we head into the final round. The first flight of juniors.
Yeah, he's got 2 squats on the board already. It's just a little 5 kilo jump. Ooh, someone turned the gravity up for our Japanese lifter. He didn't grind it out though. He let the spotters help him out of it, which is good because it leaves a bit more energy for deadlifts later on.
Yeah, I think he got into his position at the bottom and then a little deeper than he'd want to, and realised there was no budging from there. And sometimes you just know from that position there's no point of pushing through.
Bar loaded.
We've got Daniel Kwan now from Singapore with 172.5 kilos on the bar, 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
Just a bit too much.
Yeah, it's got a very upright position there.
3 more attempts to change the opener.
It is interesting to see how different people's leverages affect their squat form.
Yeah, absolutely. And from there, it affects everything else, like chain reaction. It affects how they have to grind, the position they have to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now we're waiting on Daniel Gomez with 175 kilos on the bar. 5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
Seems about right to me. Like we said, take what you have on the day, not what you planned on the sheet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where communication with like normal everyday coaches and meet day coaches comes in really, really important. Yeah, that 5 kilos was a good pick from the Spanish coaching team.
3 white
3 white lights, a good lift. Yeah, another kilo, another gram, I don't think would have gone up.
attempts to change the openers of this
Nothing left
second
on the
group of
platform.
juniors. 2 more attempts to change the openers. 180 for Felix Andres Soto Morales, Chile. Bar loaded. Next out, James Bone.
We have Felix Andres Soto Monares from Chile now, 180 kilos. He did fail this on his second, so looking to bring it back on his third.
Much better controlled at this time into the hole.
Yeah, and that right side didn't dip as much. Yeah, 3 white lights. I do wonder if he perhaps could have got the second. It would have been rough to watch, but he did get it, so well done. And the spotters let him push through. I think as a spotter you'd be quite anxious about leaving it too late rather than taking it too early.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think they did anything wrong from their particular angle. They weren't to know that the other side didn't dip.
Absolutely, you're only watching the stuff on your side, aren't you?
So I think that's really, really important. But I'm glad he got it that time. Actually, I think it somewhat benefited him because he came back a lot more controlled, a lot more focused.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we've got James Moan from Ireland. He's taking 182.5 kilos, so a 7.5 kilo jump from his second. I think these would be the jumps that I'd be perhaps expecting to see in this class. I mean, he did take the 15 on his first, but it was very, very controlled. So perhaps that's just how he lifts.
Yeah, that is a perfect number. A short portion of the middle was a real grind, and then it was almost like a prank at the end. Like, I'm just joking, there's no grind there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was spot on number selection from the Irish coaching team.
Look at that here. Really difficult, and oh, never mind.
Never mind, I'm up.
Bar loaded. No more changes of openers. No more changes.
Now we have Sean Patrick Dickey from Canada, 192.5. He did fail this on his second, so we're hoping he can bring it back for his third.
And he is wasting no time whatsoever. Charges onto the platform, unracks it. Yeah, and manages to fight through it. He doesn't give himself time to worry this time round.
That's it. Got to act before you think, otherwise it's too late.
Act now, think later.
Absolutely. That's what coaches are for. Coaches are for thinking.
Exactly. Athletes are for doing.
100%. So we've just got 2 more squats in this flight before we move on to the next flight of the 59 juniors. We have Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez from Guatemala. He has here 197.5 kilos on the bar, so close to that nice round 200, but this might be the pick for him.
Yeah, and it puts him in gold for squats, and if he gets this, he'll keep gold as he's lighter than the lifter to follow.
Absolutely.
And like you said, take what you have on the day, not the shiny number that's just in front of you.
I think that's a particularly tricky thing to get across with juniors and sub-juniors, because, I don't know, sometimes social media dictates what they're wanting.
Yeah, and the 200 obviously wouldn't have been there.
No.
7.5, a bit of a push. Still managed to walk away with squat silver.
Yeah. And it was nice and controlled on the descent. It just lost it a bit out of the hole. So our next lifter, Jer from Suriname, taking the same number, 197.5 kilos, and he'll be our last squat in this flight.
Yeah, this is looking to move from squat bronze, which is secured for him should he miss it, into squat gold ahead of Dickey from Canada. Currently holds it with 192.5. Bear in mind there's another flight to follow, so that is subject to change.
Oh, he hit that depth and he managed to grind through it. I think that was what cost him before, and he got it. 3 white lights. Well done.
And obviously for now that moves him to the goal position for squat, but what that really does is give him the best opportunity to medal from this group while the next group have their squat session. But it's hard to say without seeing the squat openers for the next group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the flight of lifters we just saw are at a disadvantage because they can't see what the next lifters are doing. So they just have to play to their strengths and not do anything too outlandish that will cost them kilos.
Yeah, I think based on the opening attempts I can see from the second flight, maybe a little too hard to medal from that group.
Stranger things have happened. I've got my fingers crossed.
It's true. But we have 4 openers, 119 up, which is around about where they ended up. So William Kin from Australia, 172.5 for his opening attempt. Our heaviest opener, 197.5. May I remind you that the record stands at 228. Very comfortable opener for William.
Yeah, look very smooth, and he's got the 3 white lights.
USA. All loaded.
Nirav Mungra from India opening on 175.
I do like the Indian SBD singlets, and I love how he's matched them with his forged knee sleeves, I think. Surely extra white lights for the fit.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for that. See SBD, one of our sponsors, kitting out the athletes, and I love to see some of the new country singlets come through. The India one, like you said, really nice.
Yeah, beautiful. I really like the Thai one as well.
Yeah, not many of those floating around.
Not many at all.
3 white lights, a good lift, a great opener there for Nirav Mungra.
Representative of the USA, Tyler Morrow and Good Lato. On ATM 155.
Next out, we have Tyler Morrow from the United States.
We've got 2 lifters from the States in this flight alone. Team USA obviously coming out in force. They're pretty close to Costa Rica as well. And I think they always send a full team to Junior Worlds as well.
Yeah, they absolutely do, but a little less to travel than usual for a lot of the Americans. Of course, America's a big place.
America is a big place.
Tyler Morrow now, 180 on the bar. Extremely comfortable opener for Tyler Morrow.
Yeah, no questions there. 3 whites.
185 for
And you can really tell when a weight is comfortable. There's absolutely no resistance. There's a big jump in his future, I think.
Yeah, maybe another one of those famous 15 kilo jumps.
I'm being turned around to the idea.
Perhaps.
Bodie Lecoq, a name and a face that you will probably recognise. Still a junior, who has 1 year left in the juniors, been competing for 11 years. 185 for Bodie's opener, and of course a contender for the overall title.
He's not even in his last year of juniors.
No, he's been around for a while, him and his brother.
3 white lights.
And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Yeah, no question there for both of the American lifters.
I believe Bodie also holds the deadlift record in this weight class.
I believe you're right with that.
Are loaded.
Wei Qian Huang from Chinese Taipei, opening on 187.5. Looking good. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, that was faster on the way up than it was on the way down. He shot out of the hole.
190. Without 120 km, France. Are loaded.
Alexei Laurence Agabon from the Philippines, opening on 190 kilos. As a personal best, very close to that record, 223. There's still 3 openers to follow him.
Do you think we will see a new squat record in this class today, Amelia?
I certainly expect to see somebody, at least one person, attempt it or get near it. Based on some of these openers we're seeing, if Argentina and USVI have strong openers, I imagine that's where they're aiming as well.
There's been so many records broken already, these championships. It's hard to keep track.
2 to 1, a good lift, and yeah, plenty left in the tank there for Agabon.
So he did get red for depth on the far side referee. So we'll see if it shows on this angle.
Bar loaded.
Jury seem happy with it.
Yeah, no fingers racing towards buttons to overturn it.
Valentine Dupuy-Noël from France, 192.5 kilos. Only 5 kilos below his personal best. Wow, not anymore.
3 white lights for Team France.
I blinked and I missed it.
Yeah, it was very, very easy, and he is one of the favourites to win. And so that's a great start to him. Still plenty to go, but bodes very well. Tomás Arte González from Argentina, 195 kilos. just to put in perspective, this
I do believe that was the wrong lifter who came out. I think that was Kwaku.
no, this is Gonzalez. I'm pretty sure. No?
No, that is Kwaku.
Oh, yeah, no,
He's
you're
got
absolutely
Kimberly
right.
Wolford there handling him, US Virgin Islands.
Just waiting for the Argentinian lifter. The time is coming down. I'm not sure if they need to reset the clock.
I'm not sure whether that was fault of his own or what happened there, but there are 10 seconds left, so he does need to get under that bar quite quickly.
And this is a time where you might have to forgo rituals. And unfortunately he's timed out.
He did time out, so there's no lift there, unfortunately.
And yeah, it's hard to pinpoint whose fault that is, Brian. What would you say in that scenario?
I'm not 100% sure. The Argentinian coach is going over to the jury. I wonder if he's asking for another attempt at that lift. I feel like lifters and coaches do need to be aware of the running order.
Yeah.
Obviously there's lots at stake, there's lots at play. There's names, there's numbers, there's speakers, there's spotters,
Absolutely.
There's language barriers, there's all sorts going on.
I think the USVI coach, Kimberly Wolford's also gone over, I'm not sure if in favour or against the Argentinian lifter. There's a lot going on right now, but 197.5 is on the bar for Kwaku Nyako, USVI.
Yeah, it seems our Argentinian lifter may have to just come back and get that 195 on his second.
Yeah, but now Kwaku 197.5 has a personal best of 217.5, and it's been around for a little while now. It's his last year as a junior, and he's certainly going to look to fight for a podium position. He's in a good spot to do so.
I see he's opted to wear one of the long-legged singlets, which of course is a relatively new establishment in powerlifting.
Very, very comfortable opener for Kwaku there. Let's have a look at that again on the replay. 3 white lights, and bodes very well. The heaviest opener of the flight, and immediately springs him into squat gold ahead of the entire flight before.
Yeah, and that was nice and deep as well. There didn't seem to be any questions there.
No, and everybody is on the board, bar Archie Gonzalez from Argentina with that mishap, who will get another opportunity on his second round, just needs to be ready and assertive. We head into the second round now. William Kin from Australia taking a 10 kilo jump to 182.5. This is just 2.5 kilos below his best squat. Very comfortable looking second. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, that looked pretty good for a second there.
185, 10 kilo jump. Next up, Tanimura, USA. Loaded.
$10 kilo jump for Nirav Mungra from India to 185 kilos. Big fight there from Mungra.
Yeah, a bit slow on the way up, but I think it still looked relatively tight. He did get a yellow card on this side. I mean, yellow could be all matter of infractions.
Can you spot what that infraction could have been for there? Maybe he thought he jumped the rack command there. It was quite quick,
Yeah,
Centre referee's happy with it.
Bar loaded.
Well, that's the thing is, if the centre referee's happy with the rack command, that tends to be the indicator that it was okay, because obviously the centre referee is the one giving it.
197.5 for Tyler Morrow. Pretty big jump here to get here. 17.5 kilos already. This jumps him into squat bronze, and there's a lot of people who'll be jumping around to get squat medals in the next short while, with 6 lifters to follow him in second attempts. And I did say that there was no resistance on his opening attempt, so actually I think this could be a fair jump.
Yeah, but 17.5, it definitely beats our magic 15, and oh my goodness, that did not look any different to his first.
No, absolutely. His opener had no resistance. I could start to see the resistance there, but the way that you would with an opening attempt usually, not in a way that it's difficult.
I wonder what kind of jump he's going to make for his third.
Bar loaded.
I could say maybe a 10 to 12 probably seems where they would go.
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty fair jump.
Bodie Lecoq now, 197.5, and I'll leave the squat rankings until the third round because they're really going to jump around in the next 10 minutes or so.
I think that looked really good for a second there from Bodie as well.
Yeah, and he just indicated, and I thought this was the case, as he comes up, he tips forwards a bit.
Yeah, I did hold my breath a little bit there, but he managed to steady it and get himself up. I do worry when lifters tip forward that it's going to end up rolling over their head, which I have seen a few times.
Yeah. But bodes well for his third attempt if that was what happened there, and it still moved that well.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that lifters have that awareness of what went wrong, because sometimes with the younger lifters they aren't 100% sure where the problem was, but as you said, Bodie's a very experienced lifter.
Yeah. Wei Chen Huang from Chinese Taipei taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 200 for his second attempt. He had a bit of a shift in his body there, but managed to stop it from knocking him off course too much.
Yeah, I was worried that he might have almost stepped forward there with his left foot a little bit, because he did rock forward.
He almost shifted his whole body completely to the right as well, you can see there, but a huge feat of strength to be able to keep that moving up and get it back on path.
Yeah, absolutely.
The bar is loaded.
Alexi Laurence Agabon from the Philippines taking a 10 kilo jump to 200 for his second attempt.
Yeah, that a nice round 200 number.
Don't think he'll be getting near his max today of 223, but just building what he has in the day to look for a podium position.
Absolutely. So 223 must be a record of some sort in the Philippines.
And moved well.
I did wonder about depth, particularly from where we're sitting. The two side referees indicated that it was a bit high, and that tends to be where you can see depth from best. If we look at the replay, we might be able to see it.
Yeah, and that was almost exactly parallel, which just isn't quite good enough. It has to be below parallel. Now, timed out on his opener and had to kind of rush his ritual, which he's able to do now. Tomas Arche Gonzalez from Argentina has gone up 5 kilos anyway to 200 to try and stay in the race for podium and a squat medal as well.
Yeah, he didn't waste any time getting out onto the platform after the bar is loaded command, so perhaps him and his coach were paying a bit more attention. I'm not sure that was the issue at the start, though. And it's 3 white lights, he's on the board.
So everyone on the board, we move on with Carlos France 202.5. Bars loaded. Gustavo Quatinaco. Provisional squat build from France.
And our penultimate second attempt, we have Valentin Dupuy-Noël from France. 202.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from his opener. And based on seconds, that we have left. I'd be very surprised if anyone got near that record today, but some big squats coming up nonetheless. Yeah, and that is still moving really, really comfortably for Valentin.
Absolutely. I think that looked like a second shoot.
Yeah, in an ideal world, you want to be in a place where you know you have a good amount left in the tank, but that you've not sandbagged it so much that you're leaving a lot of kilos there.
Exactly, and you don't want to push so hard that you've got no gas in the tank left for bench and deadlifts later.
Exactly that. And our final second attempt, Kweku Nyako from USVI. We have 207.5 on the bar, and heading into the third round of squats, I will say this moves him to squat gold. And he is one of the lighter of the flight, so it puts him in a great position to walk away with a gold medal on squat. Should all go well for him in the third round. But first, 207.5. Yeah, plenty comfortable and a good lift. 3 lights, perhaps on path to match his personal best, 10 kilos ahead of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Second round of squat as we speak in squat bronze. We have Argentina with Arce Gonzalez, squat silver.
And as we head into the third round, the rankings as it stands in squats, Arce Gonzalez in bronze, Dupuy Noel in silver, and Nyako in gold. We head into the final round now to see if that is the final standings or if the medals shift around. First up to the plate, Narav Munger, opting for a 2.5 kilo jump. To 187.5.
It is a very small jump for a squat, but it might be just what he's got left in him. Like you said earlier, rather take a 2.5 than leave kilos on the platform.
Yeah, absolutely. It's well worth trying to collect extra kilos if you think they're there and it's not gassing you out too much. Yeah, and he didn't push through it too long. I think if you're going to fail quickly if you have the opportunity to do so.
Something I noticed with some of the equipped lifters earlier in the week is they indicated to the spotters really early on that it wasn't going to move, which I think is good because then they're not expending excess energy.
William Kin from Australia, 190 kilos in the bar, 7.5 kilo jump from his second, and a 5 kilo personal best should he make this. You can see almost every emotion cross his face as it comes in. A very expressive lifter.
It's good, it tells us a story.
A huge fight, and I think I know what emotion's coming next. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Absolute relief from the Aussie lifter.
And then joy, as he should.
I don't think he had an extra gram left in him there.
No, absolutely not. I think if a fly landed on the bar, it would have been a mislift.
Get ready.
Alexi Laurence Agabon now. Missed 200 on his second, going up 5 kilos to 205, an attempt for a squat medal.
Provisional silver.
So for the time being, this will move him into squat silver with 6 lifters to follow.
30 seconds.
Four of those lifters looking to take that off of him.
Yeah, I think we're looking at a good battle here at the top of the class.
And he shakes his head on the way up. As in, you should have given me more. I know I missed my second, but look at that.
Yeah, bit of disbelief at how fast it was moving.
I often see lifters nod on the way up, but very rarely shake when it's going that well. I'm glad the spotters didn't misread that as please take the bar.
Yeah, when I first saw his head moving, I wondered what was going wrong, but I didn't think anything was going wrong.
Wei Chen Huang, Chinese Taipei, 207.5. First of the lifters to try and snatch that squat silver off of him, knocking him down to that bronze position. Great fight there from Wei Chen. And he moves into the squat silver position for the time being. Still more lifters trying to push him out that position. It is not assured quite yet. Bodhi Laco coming out for the same weight, 207.5, to move him into squat silver ahead of Huang, knocking Agabon off of the squat podium.
Yeah, Bodhi just shook his head at his coach after his second attempt. I mean, he still got it. So I'm wondering if we're seeing a tightening up of form. But I do think he does have that extra 10 kilos in him.
Yeah, tip forwards again a little bit, but still a great third attempt.
Absolutely. I think that was a good attempt selection for him.
And he definitely fixed it up for that third. Yeah, that's much better. And that knocks Abagon off the squat podium. Puts Laco into silver, Huang into bronze. But now Thomas Arce Gonzalez, 207.5, heavier than Laco. So this will knock Huang off of the podium and put Thomas into bronze. And I said there'll be a lot of jumping around with these medals. Yeah, great final squat from Arce Gonzalez.
It's interesting when the centre ref calls depth, because that doesn't tend to be something you can see so well from the front. The jury is having a look at it.
I think he should be fine with that. Yeah, and the jury aren't even discussing it. The coach looks over and they give him a nod to assure him.
Yeah.
Tyler Morrow, 210 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump to move him into squat gold for the time being. This would knock Arce Gonzalez off of the squat podium, and we're yet to see Morrow break a sweat yet. So let's see what another 12.5 kilos will do to him. And this was the exact jump I thought they might take.
You should have put money on it.
Maybe I'll start to. This will, at the very least, secure him a squat medal. And there's so much left in there. He smirks at the top because he knows how comfortable that still is.
That centre ref calling depth again. But I thought it looked fine from where we were sitting. He does fold over quite a lot, as in his hip crease does disappear back into the rest of him.
Yeah.
But with the USA singlets, it is easier to see because they are blue rather than black.
And our penultimate squat attempt here to knock Morrow out of gold and Laco off of the podium. 210 kilos for Valentin Dupuy-Noël from France for provisional squat gold, with Nyarko still to follow. A great fight, slows down a lot but does not stop.
No, that was a really good grind.
And that is Laco off of the podium. It's Dupuy-Noël back in first now. Morrow knocked down to silver, and one lifter left to answer the call. already has the bronze secured though.
Yeah, and his second move very, very well.
Yeah, here we have Kwaku Nyako, 215 kilos, squat bronze secured. This would give him squat gold, knocking Mori down to bronze, deploying the well down to silver. And the final adjustment of that squat podium.
He's looking pretty confident for his third attempt here. Big smiles for the spotters.
Yeah, he's a pretty happy lifter from all the times I've seen him compete. And when the squats are moving as well as they have been for him today, I can see why he'd be in high spirits.
Absolutely, it's a stellar start to the day.
So with the squat medal already secured, looking to push for that gold and add kilos to push for a podium spot overall. And with relative ease, a good lift, and that is squat gold for Kwaku.
It's a pretty good start to his day. Pretty good start to everyone's days. Everyone's on the board.
Yeah, absolutely, which we love to see. And that is a great end to that squat session. A conclusion quickly here, as it did jump around a lot. On bodyweight in bronze, Tyler Morrow of the United States with squat bronze. We have in silver, Valentin Dupuy-Noel from France, 210. And in squat gold from USVI, Kwaku Nyako with 215. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before bench press. Don't go anywhere, and we will see you then. And welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. I'm Amelia Potter, joined in the commentary booth by Briar Lynch, New Zealand coach and referee, and we've just got back from a pretty great squat session to start off the day. So a lot of successful and big lifts from the 59 Sub-Junior and Juniors. Of course, most notably Nguyen from the United States, extending the current squat record by 14.5 kilos. Pretty great start to the day for him, and with that, on prognosis, matches Dong Din Hee from France. So I think we're in for an exciting battle.
Yeah, absolutely. The 59s are putting on a show for us, and I can't wait to see what unfolds with bench and what unfolds further in deadlifts.
Absolutely, and to kick us off is the first flight of sub-juniors, followed by 2 flights of juniors, just as it was before. Samuel McConkey from Canada, 75 kilos, opening 5 kilos above his personal best. I think just correcting the rack height there for McConkey. But openers ranging all the way up until 117.5, the record at 148.5, so I don't think we're going to get near that today.
No, but we can live in hope.
But I'm sure we'll still see some impressive numbers, some PBs, and by the looks of it, a pretty good battle for not just bench press medals, but subtotals heading into that final round of deadlifts.
Yeah, and gathering the kilos where they can.
And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty solid opener from Canada.
Really, if we see a pretty uneventful first round of bench, we're in a good place for the lifters.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the same as the first round of squats. You want everyone on the board. You want them doing something that they can do relatively easily. Just build that confidence, get on the board.
Saul Caballero from Mexico, opening on 80 kilos, 2.5 kilos below his personal best. Two to one, a good lift. Yeah, the right-hand side referee giving yellow, I think. If you look at the side angle, I thought it was for he assumed he skipped the command, because I was a little bit worried about that as well, but just because I couldn't hear the center referee, he's fine if the center referee thinks it's okay.
Yeah, and I didn't see anything sticking out on that side angle, which you can usually see feet or butt lift.
Gadiel Padilla from Puerto Rico, 90 kilos in the bar.
And another good opener there.
3 white lights, a good lift. Yeah, the less you hear from us in the first round of any attempt, probably the better.
Absolutely. We love uneventful first round lifting,
Save that for the third round.
where we want very eventful, but successful.
Lots of fights, lots of changes, lots of records, the best kind. Alfred Zhu from Australia, 90 kilos, opening on his personal best.
Ooh, 2 to 1. He got a red on the far side, which is the side that we will see on the replay.
Yeah, he gets a yellow, so we'll have a look. Oh, it does look like the glutes are clear off there.
Yeah, there is definitely daylight under there.
Yeah, the jury have overruled that, as I think we expected.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard. It's hard to refute that.
Not a forgiving angle. You
I
know,
do like the butt light. It does make it easier as a referee to see if there is a bit of daylight under there.
Yeah, it certainly helps the referee. I'm sure the lifters like it a little bit less, but it's only fair game. All is fair in love and war.
So they say. All is fair in powerlifting.
Exactly. Jake Scott now from Great Britain, 97.5 kilos. And a very easy 97.5 considering 2.5 below is best. But let's have a look at the same angle on that replay from the side, because I worry it might be for the same reason. You can see the light, but it's through the back. I think it should be okay.
Do wonder if there was a little lift towards the end. It's hard when lifters have different positions on the bench, whether they're further down or further up where that light shines through.
Yeah, by the look of the jury, they think he's all right as well, though. So that shall remain for now. Shuto Umakari opening on 100 kilos.
I see the Australian lifter has still opted to go up 2.5 for a second, despite missing his first. Well, it wasn't a strength thing, it was more a technical thing. So as long as he reins that in, I'm sure he'll be okay.
And 2-1, a good lift, a blue from the centre referee. Let's have a look at that in the replay and tell us, Briar, what you think that blue was for.
Well, blue can be for a couple of things on bench. It can be for a double movement or a lack of lockout. I do wonder if it was for the bounce on the chest. But then the centre referee is in charge of letting the lifter settle the bar on their chest before they give the press command. The jury doesn't seem too phased by it.
Justin Nguyen now, 105 kilos. Hopefully a conservative enough opener to secure or get on the way of securing that squat record. Yeah, and plenty conservative.
Yeah, that looked like an opener should. Nice and tidy and no questions from any of the referees.
107.5 Colombia. Martin Gonzalez, Chile, get ready. Barnabit.
Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera from Colombia, opening on 107.5 kilos.
Just instructing the centre spotter how he wants his hand out, and I think the more instructions you can give them, the better it is for the lifter. But it does depend on the understanding of the instructions.
Three white lights, a good lift.
2 more bridges to go for these juniors. We have Martin Gonzalez and Alan Jondi. Bar is loaded, 110, Martin Gonzalez, Chile.
Martin Gangas Pavez from Chile, 110 kilos in the bar. Pretty solid looking opener there, and a good lift, 3 white lights.
Last opener, 117.5 from France, Alan Jondi. That's number 10 Canada, get ready.
Alain Dongden-He from France, 117.5 kilos, the heaviest opener of the flight. Yeah, extremely comfortable there
3 white
for the
lights.
French lifter. 3 white lights, a good lift.
80 kilos for Samuel McConkey, Canada.
Yeah, he's definitely got more kilos in the tank there, but as you'd expect in the first lift. But that looked really tidy for an opener.
And that concludes the opening round with Ulbar Zhu from Australia getting a bench in on the board. We're going to head through to the second round now, where the rest of the lifters will continue to try and build that subtotal. Zhu will try and get a bench secured. 80 kilos for Samuel McConkey from Canada for a new personal best. A big fight there on the second attempt for Samuel McConkey, and an array of colours there, 2 blues and a yellow.
Yeah.
The blue, I imagine, would have been for downwards movement. It can't be contested either way. Yeah, downwards movement there, unfortunately. Saul Caballero from Mexico taking a 5 kilo jump to 85 on his second attempt for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Three white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, that moves like a second attempt should there for bench. So this Australian lifter who missed his first attempt just because his butt was up. So he needs to bring that down. I don't think it was a strength issue.
Yeah, it was originally a good lift and overturned by the jury. Chosen to go up to 92.5 kilos anyway. He opened on 90, which was his current personal best, but needs this to be able to secure a total and move forward in the competition. He will, of course, have a third attempt should this not go his way, but ideally, I'm sure he'd like to add some extra kilos on top of this.
Absolutely. And it's also nice to know it was the Australian ref that gave him the yellow for his butt coming up. No bias here. Ooh.
Yellow from the other side, I think it is this time round. And let's have a look at that on the replay. I'm a little worried about that.
I am a little bit concerned as well. It was less noticeable than his first.
Yeah, unfortunately the jury's overruled that, and if we can notice it on the replay, they'll be able to notice it on the replay as well.
Absolutely.
So one last chance to keep those glutes down for Zhu. Gadiel Padilla from Puerto Rico, 97.5 kilos for his second attempt. 2.5 kilo personal best. Again, that scary yellow. We're going to have a look at that side angle, and I hope you know at home what you're looking for this time. I've got to say, yeah, the jury very, very quickly overruled that.
Yeah, I feel like they must have seen that in real time rather than on the replay with how quick they saw it. Bench in particular is quite technical, so yellow has a large number of infractions it could be.
Yeah.
It does tend to be glute lifts or heel lifts.
Most commonly.
More commonly, yeah.
Jake Scott from Great Britain taking a 5 kilo jump to 102.5 for a new personal best on his second. Big fight. Doesn't utilize leg drive too much this time round. Avoids any butt lifting, but definitely makes it harder for him.
Justin and Ian, get ready. Bar loaded.
Shuto Umakari from Japan, 105 kilos for his second attempt. 5 kilo jump from his opener. And 2-1, a good lift, a blue from the center referee. Let's have a look at that again in the replay.
Yeah, again, Blue's a couple of things on bench, double movement or lack of lockout.
Yeah, the center referee said double movement was the reason why, but like you said before, he's the one that gives the command to go, so if he's not satisfied with that position, he can wait until it's more steady.
Yeah, absolutely. Some refs do tend to be quite quick with their press commands, which is obviously a benefit to the lifter, not having to hold it on their chest for as long, but it does make it harder to see things like bench depth and that it is nice and steady.
Yeah, and less of a benefit to the lifter if he's going to give them a blue in any case.
That is a good point, actually.
Justin Nguyen now 115 kilos, a 10 kilo jump. Very sizable jump for bench press at this body weight.
Yeah, didn't seem to make too much of a difference though.
No, 3 white lights, a good lift. And he's building a subtotal that's going to put the pressure on Duong Din Hee to have to pull something even bigger than he's already capable of to fill the gap.
But we like that. We like competition.
Absolutely, that's what we're all here to watch. Martin Gangis Pavez, 117.5. 7.5 kilo jump. Moves him into bench press gold for the time being with Garcia and Duong to follow.
Oh, there is a yellow there from the centre referee.
Let's have a look here. I'm wondering if it was for his head, which was shaking quite a lot. Didn't come up, I don't think, but he does move it around.
It does move, but I'm not sure if there's a break of contact from the bench.
Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera from Colombia, 117.5 kilos. Another 10 kilo jump here for this lifter to move him into bench press silver for the time being, heading into the third round with Duong Din Hee to follow.
Bit of a grind there on the way up, but nothing he couldn't push through.
Alain Jean-Denis, France, 122.5. 5 kilo jump. Bar loaded. Next out is Samuel.
Alain Duong Din Hee from France, the final second attempt to move him back into bench press gold, heading into the final round. 122.5 kilos, a matched personal best, a 5 kilo jump from his opener.
To the one, a good lift from France. That's for visual attention.
2-1, a good lift. That yellow again does worry me. We'll have a look at that again in the replay, as so far that's been butt lifts, and I worry that that is a lift. It's a little harder to see, so it might pass. And it looks like it does pass because it's a little harder to tell. So he moves into bench press gold, and into the third round, Samuel McConkey looking to retake 80 kilos. Gets it this time round, 3 white lights, a good lift.
He seems pretty happy with that.
6 more attempts for the openers as the first group of 59 juniors. Bar loaded.
Sul Caballero from Mexico, 90 kilos for his final attempt, a new personal best. Just too heavy today.
Yeah, I mean, what was that, a 5 kilo jump? I feel like that's a pretty standard jump in bench press, and you can't take much less than that.
Well, I mean, you could absolutely take 2.5 kilos.
Yeah, that's not to be sniffed at all.
I think some lifters and coaches are a little, not saying you, I'm saying they're hesitant to use a 2.5. I think they do turn their nose up to it, and it's well worth utilising. I think it's highly underutilised.
Absolutely, and if it makes the difference, then you've got to collect kilos where you can.
Alfred Zhu now his last chance to get a bench in before he is disqualified and can't post a total. 92.5, a matched personal best, and he really needs this.
I see the other side referee is now paying extra close attention to the butt lift.
3 white lights, a good lift, and I think he used less leg drive this time round, which I think made a big difference.
Absolutely, and the relief on the face of his coach is very noticeable. Everyone's on the board though, so the game continues.
Gadiel Padilla from Puerto Rico retaking 97.5 to match his personal best. Looks like his glute stayed steady this time, and yes, 3 white light is a good lift.
Absolutely. That far side referee is making people fix up their positions, which is good.
Everybody who missed their second attempt got it on their third, which is great to see, the corrections.
And that can put quite a bit of pressure on the lifter on the day, but I feel like if they have the right cues and the right conversation with their coach in the waiting area, it's nothing that can't be fixed.
Great Britain's Jake Scott, 2.5 kilo jump to 105. It's a new personal best. That is a great fight, just glued in the middle there. And not there today, but got everything he could have out of the bench after jumping the minimum increment of 2.5. Shoto Umakari from Japan, 107.5 on the bar, a 2.5 kilo jump.
And he's the lifter, I believe, who's been having blue lights from the centre referee to just watch that extra closely.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is Shoto Umakari who's been getting those blue lights. white lights, a good lift, and removed that blue from the center referee this time round.
Yeah, everyone seems to be tidying all their infractions up coming into this third round.
120 twice, the first one from Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera, Colombia, then Justin ABM, USA.
Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera from Colombia,
Bar loaded.
taking 2.5 kilo jump to 120. For the time being, this will move him from bench press bronze into silver, but a bench press medal is not yet secured.
This is quite a small jump after his initial 10 kilo jump. But utilising the 2.5, like you said, is something to make the most of.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he gets this, he secures a bench press medal, even if it's a bronze, so well worth using. Wow, that is incredibly difficult to grind through a bench like that. And again, shakes his head with a successful lift. 3 white lights.
And that 2.5 was the exact right choice there.
Now to go from fourth to second.
And secures himself at the very least a bench press bronze.
120. Bar loaded.
Nguyen is to take the same weight.
Martin Gargas, get ready.
No, I'm sorry, it hasn't secured it. Nguyen is lighter, so still at risk of missing that, but Justin Nguyen up next, looking to move into bench press silver. 120 kilos on the bar. And really building a big subtotal, separating him 6.5 kilos away from Duong Din Hee on prognosis. So close to getting through that sticking point, but not there. And hindsight is 2020, but maybe a good opportunity to use that 2.5 kilo jump again. Because
Absolutely.
now on prognosis, they're separated just by 2.5 kilos instead of what could have been 5.5 kilos. Martin Gangas Pavez from Chile, 122.5 kilos to move into bench press gold for the time being, with Duong Din Hee to follow. With that, Garcia Herrera has secured at least the bronze.
Again, thank you, spoilers, millions.
Unfortunately not there, which means he will end up in bronze. In silver, Garcia Herrera.
125.
And already with the gold, Duong Din Hee from France, but looking to take that 2.5 kilo jump, which I said, and I keep saying is worth taking. Especially you can see now the gap that it can close between himself and Nguyen heading into deadlifts, where he has the advantage.
125.
As it stands, we've only had 2 lifters make 3 from 3 bench presses in this class, so it'll be interesting to see if our French lifter does the same.
And I'd like to point out, not to beat a dead horse, but both those lifters took a 2.5 kilo jump as well.
You should start coaching.
Just from here. Duong Din Hee now 125. Yeah, and that is lovely. 3 white lights, a good lift.
125.
And it's hard to tell with some lifters, because some lifters have an incredible grind in them and some drop off really quickly. That's something the coach, if it's not their usual coach, is worth knowing.
For sure. And like I said earlier, that communication between their normal everyday coach and their meet day coach is super important. And making sure they know the lifters well enough to handle them throughout the day, particularly these young lifters.
So in bench press bronze, Gangas Pavez from Chile. In silver, Garcia Herrera from Colombia. And in gold, Duong Din Hee from France. We head into the first flight of juniors now, as we see them attempt their bench press openers.
Yeah, so just like the squats, we have 2 flights here of the 59 kilo juniors, starting with Hikaru Yamada from Japan, 82.5 kilos.
Very easy. He's not going to want to set up any further up the bench. His head almost hanging off there, which he would get a yellow for.
Yeah, he was quite high up the bench. It's quite interesting if you're a side referee, you can see the different head positions. Some people are almost halfway down the bench.
But very comfortable nonetheless. 3 white lights.
Yeah. Now we've got Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez from Guatemala. He is opening on 95 kilos.
This is 15 kilos above his personal best, so I think from memory very similar to his squat opened, about 30 kilos above that.
Yeah, I believe you're right with that. So obviously he's making big gains, big personal gains here on the world stage. And that's a good lift. I would say it's possibly a little bit more effort than I'd want to see from a opener. But maybe that's just how he benches. Some people do have that really controlled technique, but he does have the arm shake going on as well. Up next we've got Felix Andre Sotomonares from Chile. He is opening on a nice round 100 kilos.
Yeah, 2.5 kilos above his personal best already. And you expect to see that kind of rate of progression from somebody his age, 19 years old, who's been competing less than a year.
I do miss newbie gains. Yeah, that was very smooth for an opener, and he's got the 3 white lights.
105, Singapore. James Moy, get ready. Bar loaded.
The bar's loaded now for Daniel Kwan of Singapore, 105 kilos. His bench press PB is listed at 110, so he's possibly looking to extend that later on today.
Yeah, let's see how this moves for him. Like we said, they can do their best to build a big bench here and try and guess what the next flight are going to do, but as we saw with the squat, quite hard to gauge the difference in ability from the beginning.
Yeah, that was very quick indeed. And he's got 3 white lights.
James Wan, Ireland, 107.5. Sean Patrick, get ready. Bar loaded.
The bar's loaded now for James Moon of Ireland for 107.5 kilograms.
Yeah, the personal best of 114 kilos, which I imagine is a Irish junior record. A lot of these lifters with personal bests like that and get a PB here look to take home national records with them. Of course, they cannot chip it here. Only international records can be chipped here, only world records at that. Very easy.
Yeah, very smooth opener, and that's what you'd be expecting and wanting.
Sean Patrick,
Sets the tone very well for the rest of bench press for him.
loaded.
We've now got our Canadian lifter, Sean Patrick Dickey. He'll be opening on 115 kilos, which is 2.5 kilos under his listed PB. Super speedy on the way up, and he's got the 3 white lights.
We are Reno, Suriname, 115. Daniel Gomez, get ready. Bar loaded.
We now have our lifter from Suriname, Gia Carter Toreno. He's opening on 115 kilos.
Yeah, just 1 kilo behind his personal best. So already very, very close to that.
And he's got the 3 white lights. A good opener there.
Last opener in this group, 122.5 from Daniel Gomez, España. Next out, Hikaru Yamada, Japan. Bar loaded.
Coming out now is Daniel Gomez from Spain with 122.5 kilos on the bar.
Our heaviest opener of this first flight before we head through to the second round.
Three whites, and it's a good lift. Moving into the second attempts now. Hikaru Yamada from Japan, 87.5 kilos. He's taken a 5 kilo jump from his opener.
And everybody has a bench press in on the board. They now move forward into the second attempts to continue to grow that subtotal. You can see the results as they stand after that first round.
We've just got the spotters adjusting the racks. Again, like the lift, the setup of bench is the most technical. And here is Hikaru now, about to take his second attempt.
Yeah, still moving really well, and that would be a new personal best.
Yeah, super speedy. Blink and you'll miss it.
30 kilos, professional Alfredo Lima Perez, Guatemala. Felix Alessio Morales, get ready. Bar loaded.
Now we have our Guatemalan lifter, Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez, with 100 kilos on the bar, a 5 kilo jump from his opener, and a 5 kilo PB if he gets it.
Yeah, and actually looked a little sturdier than its opening attempt, and that's a good lift and secured yet another personal best.
105. Daniel Perez, get ready. Bar loaded.
We now have Felix Andre Sotomonares from Chile, 105 kilos on the bar. Chile, another one of the nations who have brought a very loaded team to the junior, sub-junior world champs. Did look a little bit unsteady in that handout.
Yeah, and I was worried that his elbows weren't quite locked out at the beginning, but he got the start command.
He
So
did get the start command and 3 white lights, so the refs don't seem to see a problem with that.
yeah, absolutely. I was watching live, so absolutely could have been the angle.
James Mon, get ready.
Yep, all fine there.
Yeah, now we've got Daniel Kwan from Singapore with 110 kilos, another 5 kilo jump. I think 5 kilo jumps tend to be quite standard with bench press.
This matches his personal best on his second.
Yeah, and it looks like he's still got room to extend it on his third, so that's good for him, getting a personal best on the world stage, and he does seem really pleased with himself there as well.
Island 115. Sean Patrick Dickey, get ready. Bar loaded.
We've got our Irish lifter James Moan coming out for 115 kilos now.
Yeah, just 1 kilo above his personal best, so I think already with this he's likely to take home a national record. Yeah, still very comfortable.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful second attempt.
Let's have a look at that again here. Very well controlled.
2.5 bar loaded. Next out is Catata Bueno from Suriname.
Coming out now, we've got Sean Patrick Dickey from Canada, 122.5 kilos on the bar. He wasted no time getting out there.
Very similar to his final squat, I think.
Absolutely, but more time on the platform means more time to set yourself up properly.
Yeah, and just as quick as he got on, he gets off of the platform with a quick attempt and 3 white lights.
In and out, job done.
Bars loaded. Next out, Daniel Gomez, Spain.
The bar's loaded now for Jer from Suriname, 122.5 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, our penultimate second attempt in this first flight of junior 59s. Yeah, very tough, but didn't stop at all. Kept
No.
moving just very slowly.
Yeah, and he gets the 3 white lights, which is exactly as much as you can ask for.
97.5 for Daniel Gomez, España. Next out, Ikaru Kamada, Japan. Bar loaded.
The bar's loaded now for Daniel Gomez of Spain, 127.5 kilos on the bar. Our final second attempt, and then we're on to thirds before moving into our A flight for the 59 juniors.
Wow, still moving extremely quickly. I think another 5 kilos there to give him a personal best.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving back to the start of the round now, we're going to have our Japanese lifter Hikaru Yamada come out for his third attempt first. These are the bench results as they stand currently.
Bar loaded.
Here's Hikaru now, 92.5 kilos. Another nice round 5 kilo jump.
Just not there, unfortunately.
No, a little bit heavy today, but that's all right. That's kind of what third attempts are there for.
Change your running with the second group. Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez, 105. Next out, Soto Moraes. Bar loaded.
We now have our Guatemalan lifter, Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez, with 105 kilos on the bar for his third attempt.
Yeah, so far his bench and his squat have increased by a long way on the PBs we had for him on paper. Incredible effort, just found his limit there with that final bench though. Even the 105 was a huge grind.
Yeah, he did lose it back towards his face a little bit. I was a little bit nervous about that, but then I had hope. But that's all right. We can live in hope.
And even with that, his opening deadlift, he's about 90 kilos up from his best total.
Oh my goodness. Can't be mad at that.
Certainly cannot.
Now we have Felix Andre Soto Monares from Chile, 110 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, like giving a 5 kilo personal best. Should you make this? But yeah, just couldn't break it off the chest.
Currently no third attempts being made in this class, so I'm hoping we turn that around. I'd love to see some more green on that scoreboard.
Bars loaded. Next out is
Bars loaded now for Daniel Kwan of Singapore, 112.5 kilos on the bar. Only that 2.5 kilo jump, so as small a jump as he could make, so let's hope that it is the magic 2.5.
Yeah, that's a great final attempt for Kwan.
I think the magic 2.5 should be a recognised attempt selection by all national coaches.
I'm glad I brought you round. Listen, I hope to see many 2.5 jumps for Team New Zealand in the next week or two.
bar loaded.
We now have the bar loaded for our Irish lifter, James Moan, 120 kilos, 5 kilo jump from his second attempt, which did look very smooth.
Making an extra effort to ensure he's 100% set up. This is a significant jump on his PB that he started with today. And it is shaking, but it's still moving. But yeah, just very close to that lockout position, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He'll start.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be hitting many a tricep accessory when he gets back to Ireland.
125 from Canada wheelchair.
Our third to last lift in this flight of bench will be our Suriname lifter, Jer, 125 kilos on the bar, another 2.5 kilo jump.
That is very, very impressive.
Now that is a grinder.
And 3 white lights, a good lift, and a great attempt selection from the team there.
Absolutely.
Canada,
Said it
127.5.
multiple times, I'm probably going to say it again. Magic 2.5.
There we go. Music to my ears. That's what I'm saying.
The bar's loaded now for our Canadian lifter, Sean Patrick Dickey, and he is already under the bar.
Yeah, cameras can't move quick enough to pick him up.
No.
Competing in a running race after this.
Multi-sport athlete.
And it works so well for him because his lifts are moving just as quick as he is.
Absolutely. He does get a yellow from our close side referee over here. Not 100% sure what the infraction was, but I'm sure we'll be able to see it here on the replay.
No, there's some wobbling, but I think it stayed in contact there with the glue.
Yeah, I think he kept contact. Of course, there can be some movement. Obviously, you're putting your body through a lot of pressure. So if you're not moving, you're probably not pushing hard enough.
Our final lifter of this flight now.
Yeah, Daniel Gomez unracking 132.5 kilos. A 5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
We'll see how this fares up against the 59s in the next flight. But it's a great final attempt for Gomez.
Yeah, really great bench attempts from the Spaniard there. And that's 3 white lights to finish off this flight. And we'll be moving on to the next flight of 59 kilo juniors and see how that shakes up the rankings.
So with 132.5, let's see where that places Gomez in terms of starting point in the 59A flight, let's call it. We can see the running order. So these are the results of the 59s we've just seen. Like I said, Gomez currently leading that pack with 132.5. Dickey just behind with 127.5. And Carter Torreno in that third position. But let's see how that fares against the next round of 59s here.
I don't know if 132.5 is anything to be sniffed at looking at some of those openers. It might not be a podium favourite, but it's definitely could be in that top bunch.
It could definitely contend. We have one opener above 130, but the rest, you know, depending on the jumps, he could end up and around there, like you said. Tomas Arce Gonzalez from Argentina, 110 kilos. Three white lights, a good lift, very tidy bench press.
Yeah, absolutely. Great opener there from Team Argentina.
Wei Chen Huang from Chinese Taipei now. 115 kilos on the bar.
Definitely maximising his back arch there just to reduce his ranges of motion as much as he can. Yeah, 3 white lights there for our lifter from Chinese Taipei.
Power loaded. Simon Morrow, USA, get ready.
Bodie Lecoe now, opening at 115 kilos. Already sends him to bench press 4th position with 6 lifters to follow him.
And his current PB, and that flew, so he's probably looking to extend that further as well.
Simon Morrow, USA, 117.5.
He's clearly got no interest in staying in his singlet as soon as he leaves the platform.
Get ready.
Yeah, not a fan at all. And he's looking to be up there in the fight for the overall. He doesn't want people to forget that he's there to fight for that title if possible.
Absolutely. And deadlift's yet to come, and that is his best event.
Absolutely. Tyler Morrow, his teammate now, 117.5. Had a great squat session. Yeah, and his bench opener just about as easy as his squat. 2 to 1, a good lift. We'll get a view at that side angle on the replay. Gets a yellow from the side referee.
Yeah. Just keep a close eye on his butt lift and his feet.
Yeah,
I did see a rise there. The jury are having a look at it.
I think they're actually wondering why the button isn't working. They have overruled it to a no lift.
They are playing charades with the score table over here. We are having some technical difficulties.
Alexei Lolons Agabon from Philippines, 117.5 kilos.
Yeah, so Tyler Morrow's lift was officially overturned.
Yeah. Three white lights, a good lift. Nice, simple, easy opener.
That's how we like openers, nice, simple and easy.
Get ready. Power loaded.
William Kin from Australia, 120 kilos for his opening attempt.
He does look to have an Australian record as his bench press PB, 126.5 kilograms. It appears that there's a rack height discrepancy, but William carries on.
Yeah, it still makes it move very, very well.
Absolutely. I love when little moments like that don't disrupt the lifter too much. Obviously, William knows what he set out to do and does it regardless of what the rack height is.
Power loaded.
Nirav Mungra from India, 120 kilos for his opening attempt. Very strong looking opening attempt. Three white lights. Already seems very pleased with himself there.
US Virgin Islands, 125, 135 on France. Power loaded for Bianco.
Our penultimate opening attempt belongs to Kweku Nyako from US Virgin Islands, 125 kilos. Immediately catapults him into bench press bronze, including the flight before who took all 3 attempts. And unfortunately, no lift. Let's have a look at that again. Just missed commands on that, and it's easy to get in your head and forget to listen to those commands.
Absolutely, even if you know them like the back of your hand when you're up on the stage under the big lights and the crowd's there.
And since he's in a fighting position for podium, and Morrow, who he's fighting against, also missed his opener, question is to Team USVI what to do now. Morrow retook. We'll have to wait and see as Valentin Dupuy Noël from France takes 135 as the heaviest opener, directly putting him into bench press gold. Three white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, so we've got everyone on the board except for our USVI lifter and Tyler Morrow from the United States.
Yeah, and we'll see that come up on the scoreboard. If you're watching along at home, here we go. You can see the result from Valentin Dupuy Noël, 135. Gomez still holding on to the silver, and bronze for Dickey. And just off the screen, there would be the two missed lifts from Nyako and Morrow. Morrow first to come out here to try and reattempt that 117.5, which got overruled by the jury for a count of butt lift. So you've been seeing that a lot today.
Yeah, too much leg drive.
Seemed better from this angle.
Absolutely, but we are sitting completely different to our refs and our jury. He did still get a yellow light from this side.
Yeah.
So I suppose we'll have to look at this replay and see if we can see.
Well, that's worrying because it looks about the same, and the jury has overruled that. And a lot of coaches say they'd like an opening attempt to be something the athlete could last and press for that reason.
Absolutely, yeah.
So benching with no leg drive whatsoever if needed, and we've seen people have to do that earlier. 117.5 for Thomas Arce Gonzalez from Argentina.
So that means Morrow will have to try and come back and get that on his third.
Oh, that is a tough looking
is
second
sticky.
for Gonzalez.
No, he shakes his head, spotters need to grab it.
And a no lift, unfortunately. And he said he's slipping on the platform. We'll have a look here again, see if we can see his feet slip at all. Yeah, and his left foot does slip, but it looked like it came already after the struggle.
Yeah, I think it stopped and slowed down, and then he kind of couldn't find his footing to push through it.
Saying that, I did notice Morrow struggle to find his foot position because it slipped a couple times, so perhaps worth something keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I didn't think the platform looked particularly slippery in previous sessions. Perhaps I wasn't paying enough attention.
Wei Chen Huang from Chinese Taipei, 122.5. Shoe selection also a big part of that grip.
Absolutely, particularly for bench press. One of the rules of bench press is that the feet have to stay as flat as the shape of the shoe allows. They can slide, but they can't lift.
3 white lights, a good lift. Bodhi Lecoq now jumping 7.5 kilos to 122.5. Strong looking second attempt for Lecoq.
Yeah, strong looking second attempt and a really long range of motion.
Yeah, well, that will explain the impressive deadlift he has.
Absolutely. You cannot be both built for bench and deadlift. Doesn't work.
Doesn't mean you can't be good at both,
No, absolutely not.
but one definitely disadvantages the other. Alexei Laurence Agabon from the Philippines, 122.5. Still moving pretty steady for him there. And, ooh, 2-1, a no lift. He has a yellow from the centre and side referee.
I'll be interested to see what that looks like it's for.
From the centre referee, usually you'd anticipate it'd be a command, but it does look like the glutes are bouncing there, and it's hard to tell from the centre referee's position.
Absolutely, you can't see the lift. Like, you can see hip movement, but you can't tell if there's daylight or not, so perhaps his head might have come up as well.
William Kin from Australia, 127.5. This is a 1 kilo personal best, should he make this.
Three white lights, a good lift.
3 white lights, a good lift.
For India.
Yeah, that looked very smooth for a second.
Kwakunyapo, get ready.
127.5 for Nirav Mungra from India. 7.5 kilo jump for a 5 kilo personal best.
I wonder if the 7.5 was a little bit ambitious. His hips came up to drive it. Be interested to see if he can come back and get that on his third.
Yeah, and the drop off for some athletes on bench is so aggressive that it's well worth pacing yourself in a way that you start in a place that feels comfortable and you make the jumps that end you in a place that you're happy with. Kwaku Nyako now has chosen to go up 7.5 kilos. He knows what went wrong. It wasn't a strength issue, not even really a technical issue. He just didn't listen out for those commands, which he knows how to do.
Absolutely.
This is a 2 kilo personal best, and he's really fighting not just to get a total, but also to stay up and amongst it for that podium spot. And he himself has a good deadlift on him as well. And that looks better already. But, oh, unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift, a yellow from the side referee.
And a blue from the centre.
Yeah, let's have a look from the side angle where we can see the bar and the glutes as the coach goes to the jury. Ah. Yeah, that's hard to miss.
It is. Coach Kimberly Walford leaving no stone unturned, though. She does have her lifter's best interests at heart.
And that puts him in a sticky situation, especially because he's gone up. But we'll have to see how that pans out on a third attempt with 2 lifters without a bench in on the board. But Valentine Dupuy-Noel, not just with a bench on the board, but already comfortably holding bench press gold. 142.5 would assure that for him. No, he has already assured that for himself with his opener. This is to get another 7.5 kilos at least heading into deadlifts. That is tough, and I've got to say, it could be a limit lift.
Yeah, possibly. I'm not sure they would eke out another 2.5 from him, but like you said, he's already secured that bench press gold.
Yeah, and if you're going up against Bodhi Lecoq in deadlifts, you're going to want to build, like I said, as much of a subtotal as possible. That put him 2.5 kilos ahead of Bodhi in prognosis, but that's assuming that Bodhi gets his last deadlift as well. It's going to be very, very close in that deadlift battle.
Yeah, we do have 2 lifters in quite sticky positions coming into this third round. Nyako from US Virgin Islands and Morrow from USA.
Morrow, speaking of which, coming out now to reattempt the 117.5 for the last time. Really needs to keep his glutes down on the bench. The weight is comfortable and he's made a sensible decision. you know, to keep the weight the same. Still well in for a fight for the podium if he can get this. Again, the weight is easy. Let's see. 3 white lights, a good lift, and not just back on the board, but back in contention for a podium position.
Yeah, what a relief for Team USA. So he was capable of it. He just needed to reel it in with that butt lift. It pays to have gym buddies who know what they're looking for when you're training.
Thomas Arce Gonzalez retaking 117.5 after missing it on his second.
Oh, 2-1 there. 1 blue from the centre referee and 1 yellow from the side. The side we can see it on isn't the side he got the infractions on, but we may be able to see.
Yeah, I can see there's a
very
short
both
lift,
calls,
but
yeah.
it still happened. And I can't say I've ever seen a flight with so many butt lift violations.
Yeah, there's a lot of red on the scoreboard.
Alexei Laurence Agabon from the Philippines missed 122.5 on his seconds, gone up 125 anyway. Strength not an issue, but also chasing a podium position, especially with the position that Nyarko's in right now.
It looked pretty smooth for a third, and you got 3 white lights.
6 more bench presses to go. 127.5 for Powerlifting USA. Bars loaded. Next out, Wei Chen Huang from Chinese Taipei.
6 bench presses remaining now. First out, Bodhi Lecoq from the United States, 127.5, and doing his part to head into deadlifts, the strongest subtotal possible, up against Boy Noel. No, just not there. 5 kilos, maybe a little overzealous.
Yeah, but he can definitely make up that 5 kilos and more in the deadlifts.
130 for Wei Chen Huang, Chinese
Yeah,
Taipei.
saying that, a big deadlift, so does Boy Noel, not quite as big, but not only will he have to make it up, but he also have to increase the jumps that maybe he would have had to otherwise. He has to find an extra few kilos than he would have otherwise. Wei Chen Huang now looking to move into bench press bronze for the time being with 130 kilos. Very good looking third attempt and a good lift. 3 white lights, moves into that bronze medal position.
Yeah, that was a good attempt selection by the Chinese Taipei coaching staff.
Provisional bench press bronze over Huang from Chinese Taipei.
Nirav Mungra from
Next out,
India
Huang Miyako.
missed 127.5, looking to go up to 130 anyway, just to have a stab at that bench press bronze. It won't assure it, but it'll put him a spot to potentially get it. Yeah, and the second was, I believe, a miss on strength.
So for the time being, bench
Yeah, he lost it on strength, then his hips came up to help him drive it back, but obviously as soon as that happens, it's a no lift anyway. I do appreciate the ambition, of course, from the Indian team there.
Yeah, and he's not fighting for an overall podium, so if he thinks that was his only shot to get a medal, then I can see why. Now, a really important lift, Kwaku Nyarko from the USVI, 132.5. And he really needs this to stay in the competition. His butt has lifted on the second. He skipped the command on the first. He's just asking them to wipe down the bench to give himself every opportunity.
That is eating into his minute though, because the bar is loaded call has come from the centre referee. And he's now at under 30 seconds. He's not giving himself a good opportunity to get this done. Spotters and loaders being very obliging, of course.
15 seconds.
Yeah, and I wonder if after all that it was worth it. And it definitely looks the best so far. And
Oh my
three white lights. He certainly made us sweat a little bit there.
2 more bench presses to go. We got
A good lift, and he is on the board, and with that already shoots into bench press silver as well, and puts himself back in contention for a podium place overall. Talk about drama.
bench press silver with less than 10 seconds to actually get that bench press is wildly impressive.
Our penultimate bench attempt, William Kin from Australia, 132.5. Not enough for a bench press medal now, unfortunately, as he is heavier than Nyarko. But it's a great third attempt nonetheless.
Yeah, and he's got 3 white lights.
final bench press of this fight. 145 for Powerlifting.
One of only a few lifters who have made all 3 attempts so far on bench.
Yes, bench press gold in the class.
And our final bench press attempt already has bench press gold and put himself in an excellent position moving into deadlifts, particularly if he gets this. The second attempt was tough, the 142.5. Bar is loaded now for Valentin Dubois Noel. 145 is coming out to see if he can grab those extra couple kilos on the bench. It'll be a grind of a lifetime if he's able to. This is just 6.5 kilos off the world junior record, I might point out.
And he's not in his last year as a junior, so that may be in danger from Valentin in the next couple of years.
No, just not there. And I think we would have expected that, but well worth coming out and giving it a go to try and create a little bit more separation between himself and Bodhi Lecoq heading into deadlift.
We'll be back in about 10 minutes for deadlifts.
And that concludes the bench press portion. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before deadlifts. Don't go anywhere, and we will see you then. Hello and welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. I am Amelia Potter, joined by Brian Lynch, and we are heading into the conclusion of the Sub-Junior and Junior 59 kilo class, and you can see here a huge opening attempt, not just a record, a world record, and very close to the open world record that was finally beat after many, many years this year by Oscar Carpio at Sheffield. So extremely exciting to think a sub-junior could beat the open record. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
And kicking us off, Gadiel Padilla from Puerto Rico, 155 kilos. Taking his time to chalk up his hands. Here he comes.
No trouble there as an opener, and he's got 3 white lights.
160 for Samuel McConkey, Canada. Shuto Makari, get ready. Are loaded.
Samuel McConkey now from Canada, 160 kilos. Looking to secure his total.
Yeah, no problem there for Samuel.
20 kilos more on the board for Japan and Shuto Makari. Garcia Herrera, Colombia, get ready.
Shuto Umukari now from Japan. Looking to open on 180 kilos. As we said before, the less we speak, the more quote-unquote boring the opening attempts are. Usually the better for the lifters.
Absolutely, we can save the excitement for the 3rd round.
And there will be some, although there will be a lot of excitement in this round based on the openers that we've seen.
Just need to ease everyone into it.
And it is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, 3 white lights. Can't ask more than that. He's got a total.
Colombia. Next out, Alfred Zhu. Bars loaded.
Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera from Colombia. Out now for 200 kilos. And with a good shot for podium, a lot fighting for podium. Any misses, and there are 3 odd lifters that could capitalize. Wow, very, very snappy. Plenty left in the tank there for Garcia Herrera, and a good lift.
210 kilos for Alfred Zhu, Australia. Chase up, get ready. Power loaded.
Alfred Zhu, 210 kilos on the bar. Three white lights, a good lift.
Absolutely, he's got a total up there. It was a bit touch and go with his bench for a bit, but he managed to rein it back and sort it out. Now he's totaled, he's on the board.
Jake Scott from Great Britain, opening on 215 kilos. Already hitting a total personal best with this attempt. Three white lights, a good lift. Let's have a look at that again in the replay. Very snappy opener from Scott. See the cloud of talc drop to the floor.
Which does make a problem for the lifters following, as the talc does make the carpet a little bit slippery.
And eventually it will come back to be a problem for him as well. 220 kilos for Martin Gangas Pavez from Chile. Three white lights, a good lift.
Justin England. Bar loaded.
Saul Caballero from Mexico, 220 kilos.
Oh, unfortunately 2-1 there. Yellows, just like in bench and squats, yellows can be any number of infractions in deadlifts.
Get ready.
Our penultimate opening attempt now. Justin Nguyen from the United States, 235 kilos.
Yeah, nice big opener for Justin here.
It's going to be a big battle between himself and Dong Ding Hee from France.
It was nice and smooth for his opener, three white lights.
Coming from France, Alain Dion-Dini attempting a world
That is a good lift.
record with his opener.
And a final opening attempt, and as I alluded to before, a absolutely monstrous attempt at that. Alain Dong Ding Hee from France, 263. Already a world sub-junior record with this opening attempt. The world open record, which stood for a good few years until January this year at Sheffield, where Waskar beat it at 276.5. If this moves well, I can't say that it will be safe. And imagine that, a sub-junior owning the open record. Absolutely incredible. This is a huge feat. Let's see how 263 moves for a new world sub-junior record. Will he be en route for a new world open record? this will answer that question. One step at a time, one record at a time.
Absolutely, but doing this on his opener, phenomenal.
Wow, and it is not safe. The open record is not safe from the absolutely insane.
Yeah, nothing's safe here in this class.
And I just can't comprehend, A, the speed of that world record, and B, the fact that a sub-junior, after all these years, will take that record. Waska waited so long to take it, and now it might be taken away by an 18-year-old. Absolutely incredible. And heading into the second round of deadlifts, Ulbar Caballero having a deadlift in on the board. Move forward, as you can see, Throngdin He with a new sub-junior world record. And I look to see what he put in, and it is so close to that open record. 273.5 for that second attempt. 3 kilos off that open world record. Now into the second round, Gadiel Padilla from Puerto Rico, 167.5.
Yeah, that was a good second attempt, and he seems super happy with that.
Yeah, it's a 2.5 kilo personal best as well.
Bar loaded, 170 for Samuel McConkey.
Samuel McConkey now, a 10 kilo jump to 170.
Oh, 3 white lights for Samuel. And a fist bump for his coach.
187.5. Next out, Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera, Colombia.
Shuto Umakari from Japan coming out now. 7.5 kilo jump to 187.5.
Bar loaded.
Got a very ritualistic deadlift setup there, making sure his body's feeling ready to pull that weight. If I remember correctly, he had the same thing for a squat.
And for his bench, yeah, and you've got a minute, so you only have one command on the deadlift. If you need to use it all up until that grind, then do.
Highlights, a good net shooter. 215 for Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera, Colombia. Alfred Zoo, get ready.
Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera, 215 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from his opener. Five kilo personal best on deadlift and 10 kilo personal best on total if he's to make this. Very patient off the floor, rewarded with that snappy lockout. A good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, 3 white lights. Great second attempt there.
Australia's Alfred Zhu taking a 17.5 kilo jump to 227.5. This would be a huge personal best on deadlift and on total.
Yeah, and he's bringing the aggression needed for a 17.5 kilo jump. Ooh, a little bit shaky on the way up, but he did get his white lights.
The only athlete we're missing on the board, Saul Caballero, Mexico, decided to jump up 10 kilos, 230. Next out, Jake Scott. Power loaded.
Now, after missing his opening attempt, Saul Caballero from Mexico has chosen to go up 10 kilos to 230 for his second attempt. 220 was already above his personal best. He's looking to try and stay within reaching distance of the podium. Should they make any mistakes, he can capitalize on it, but he needs the total first.
Absolutely. Needs this deadlift. Takes the pressure off his third a little bit.
But no, and that is, it makes me wonder why they made that decision, Brian. Can you justify that as a coach?
I couldn't have justified that as a coach, but I can't pretend to be able to read the minds of other coaches. He did look at his thumb, so maybe a little bit of thumb tape, which is allowed, is in question, but it did look pretty glued to the floor just then.
Jake Scott from Great Britain, taking a 17.5 kilo jump to 232.5 kilos. And again, another lifter that could potentially be vying for a podium spot.
Yeah, and that's a good lift for our British lifter.
Next out, Justin Ambien, USA.
Martin Gangas Pavez, 235 kilos, a 15 kilo jump. And there's going to be a lot of jumping around with position right now. There's a lot of lifters fighting for the bronze position and just 2 fighting for that overall title. Gold and silver are secured. The fight outside of that will be for the bronze amongst 3 other lifters: Garcia, Herrera, Scott, and Gangas Pavez.
Yeah, our spotters and loaders just making sure bar is clean of any blood, which does happen on deadlifts, ripped hands and all that.
Bars loaded, 235. Martin Gangas Pavez, Chile.
Now Gangas Pavez comes out now.
Justin Ambien, USA.
235 kilos, 15 kilo jump, and like I said, we're going to see those totals jump around a lot in the next few minutes.
Very slow. He's very patient with that lockout.
Yeah, and I do wonder if that's a limit lift for him. 3 white lights, a good lift, and does move him into that bronze medal overall. But the question is, does Scott and does Garcia Herrera have more in the tank for the third than he does?
Absolutely. I mean, we still are only on the seconds, and with the thirds, the magic of the 2 attempt changes that they can have can shake things up a bit.
And the next 2 lifters, the final second attempts, are the 2 fighting for that overall title. First up, Justin Nguyen from the United States, 242.5. Both are within reaching distance of the world sub-junior total record. Three white lights, a good lift, and for the time being pulls ahead of Dong Din Hee, and he is soon to answer. Broke the world sub-junior record on his opener, now jumps to 273.5. This is just 3 kilos below the world open record as a sub-junior. This is absolutely insane. You often see juniors break open records here and there, but to see a sub-junior break an open record is just so rare.
So rare. He is only 18 years old as well.
Yeah, and what a thing to do in his last year as a sub-junior if he's able to take that record. Of course, I know he'll be shooting for the title and put all he needs on there to win, but 3 kilos off the open record, 273.5, and he will have to pull the open record if he wants to beat Nguyen. 273.5 to extend the sub-junior record that he got in his opener to get within reaching distance of the world open record at 18 years old. Alan Duan Din Hee.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. And the crowd is on their feet.
Oh, and there is so much left in the tank. That is a new world sub-junior record, and if he wants the world title, he's gonna have to take the world open record. He's gonna have to. There's nowhere to go but there.
Absolutely. So much gas left in the tank, just like you said.
And I think the only thing that will hurt him here is if he has to push too much for the title and it's too heavy, or sometimes with such a wide sumo, balance at that snappy lockout can be trouble. But as we look ahead, only half a kilo separates the French lifter and the American lifter. And of course, the French lifter, Duong Din Hee, will have the opportunity to pull second, so can put in a placeholder for now and change that as we move forward. Caballero from Mexico still without a deadlift in on the board. We promised an exciting third round of deadlifts, and you're gonna get it. And here we go. Kicking us off, Samuel McConkey from Canada, 177.5 kilos. For another personal best, 400 kilo total.
He can't be unhappy with that.
No, 3 white lights, a good lift.
Next out, Shuto Umakari, Japan.
Gadiel Padilla from Puerto Rico, 177.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump for a new personal best on total and on deadlift.
Two to one. He was given a blue from the right-hand side referee. I do wonder whether that was for supporting on the thighs. If I was to give an infraction, that would be what I'd consider. I wouldn't say that it was supported.
No, I think there's quite a fine line sometimes between just the angle in which the legs have to pull at and whether it's supported. I don't think his legs are aided in there.
No. And if your deadlift is far away from your legs, you're doing something incredibly wrong.
Shuto Umakari from Japan, 195 for his final attempt. For the time being, we'll pull him into the top 6. And there's that ritual that you spoke about last time round.
Yeah, he seems to be loosening up his shoulders, getting nice and long to pull the deadlift as short a range of motion as possible.
Yeah, but unfortunately, no amount of loosening can help you if it's just a little too heavy.
Yeah, a little bit too heavy. Stuck to the floor.
125 for Redleys for Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera, Colombia. 10 kilo jump for that same amount to the personal best. 4 more attempts to change the openers of the first group of juniors.
Carlos Esteban Garcia Herrera
Saul Caballero
from Colombia for his final attempt and his final stab at the bronze medal overall. He has the lightest deadlift of those fighting for podium, so can only set pace, he cannot retaliate.
Bars loaded.
225 kilos pulls him into bronze overall for the time being.
Very patient off the floor.
3 white lights, a good lift, and he has done what he needs to put himself into bronze overall. Now all he can do is sit and wait. And now an extremely important lift. Now, Saul Caballero from Mexico didn't get his opener, went up anyway, and it just looked like it was too heavy, and it's a difficult situation to be in because he's got to come out to try and secure that total. And I hope it was, as you said, just an issue with hook grip, but let's wait and see. You can see how much it means to him.
Yeah, all we can do is send good vibes his way, and the crowd's definitely behind him.
One last try of the day.
Let's go, Saul.
And he, yeah, it's just too much. He moved more than any attempt had before, but unfortunately, I think the jump up was just not the right choice.
No, unfortunately not. But he's young. He can live and learn. He's still tried his hardest on the world stage. Can't ask much more from teenagers.
And now foregoing the bronze overall, he is heavier than Garcia Herrera, and perhaps he feels like this is his limit lift, or maybe the Team GB coaches haven't noticed that they don't have bodyweight advantage, but this isn't enough to pull him into podium position, and I hope that's not what they're going for, because they're going to miss out on this if he gets it. It will, however, pull him into deadlift bronze for the time being. 237.5. Unfortunately, referee's just not happy that it's not locked out. Have a look at that again. Yeah, and a part of me thinks it's bittersweet. You know, if he had got that and realised it didn't get him to the podium, he might have been quite heartbroken at that. Four lifts remaining in this sub-junior flight. Alfred Zhu, 237.5 kilos, and had an outside shot of the podium, and he is going for it. A 10-kilo jump doesn't seem out of reach. This will pull Zhu into third place overall, with Gangas Pérez still to retaliate. Sorry, into deadlift bronze. And it is just too much, but loses nothing by trying that.
He's really patient off the floor. I do like seeing the young lifters give the refs a fist bump. Nice level of respect.
Martin Gangas Pérez from Chile, 240 kilos. Now this is the last lifter that can try and pull ahead of Garcia Herrera. 240 kilos, a 5-kilo jump from his second to beat Garcia Herrera by 2.5 kilos on total. And I've got to say, he didn't need to load all of that. He was lighter than Garcia Herrera, so they could have gone for a 2.5-kilo jump. I'm not saying it necessarily would have been there. I'm saying it would have given maybe a slightly better shot.
Like you said earlier in the session, hindsight is 20/20. Maybe he thought he had it in him.
And 2 deadlifts remaining here in the sub-juniors, and they are both mammoth. If Nguyen gets this, Dong Din Hee would have to hit something absolutely historic, not just big for a sub-junior, just big for this weight class for anyone. Justin Nguyen from the United States to move into gold overall, 255 kilos for a 585.5 total, just shy of the total world record. And he gets him moving, and what a finish for Nguyen. 3 white lights, a good lift, and moves into pole position overall, and France are gonna have to respond with something historic to give him a shot.
Yeah, that's a dream day for Team USA in this class. And the crowd is coming close as they possibly can to the podium.
And as expected, he's going for it all. Not just the world title. Everybody is coming to the front of the room for this. This is for the sub-junior world title and for an open deadlift record as an 18-year-old. This is absolutely unheard of. Alan Duong Din Hee, this is historic, and the bar is almost loaded for one of the most impressive things I've seen in a very, very long time.
I think it might be one of the most impressive things we see for a while as well. This is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of pull.
Absolutely, and the bar is loaded for Alan Duong Din Hee from France, 286. Not just a sub-junior record, but a world open deadlift record, not just by a little bit, by 9.5 kilos. This is absolutely incredible. People are on people's shoulders to view this historic moment, absolutely incredible. And he settles himself as the room rises.
He needs to settle himself because the room will not be settled. Oh!
And look at that! We wait for the lights!
Wait for the lights.
2 to 1, a good lift, and that is a new world open record for the sub-junior lifter. 186 kilos for Dong Din Yi of France, and that is history, ladies and gentlemen. And we wait with bated breath.
The jury
hoping.
are heads together. Surely with this many people in the room, this much support.
And it is a good lift. The World Open record belongs to the sub-junior French lifter Alain Dong Di Hee. What an incredible end. He walks away world champion and his name all over the history books. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see in bronze Garcia Herrera, in silver an amazing performance from Nguyen, but couldn't quite top Dong Din Hee from France, who pulled the most historic deadlift I've seen in a long time. A sub-junior with an open record. Your new sub-junior 59 kilo world champion. How exciting is that?
That is crazy exciting, and we now need to return our hearts
Yeah.
to a normal beat, because we do have some first round deadlifts coming up for the B Flight 59 kilo juniors.
That is absolutely incredible. And yes, we luckily have some openers now to settle us back down before we can reclimb that high for the 59 juniors. But I think it'll take a minute for our heart rates to drop.
Absolutely. And the bar's loaded now for Hikaru Yamada from Japan, 145 kilos on the bar. Very quick and 3 white lights, just as you would expect for an opener. He seems happy with that.
Yeah, and so he should be. Secures that total.
The bar's loaded now for Daniel Kwan of Singapore, 170 kilos on the bar. Nice and snappy there from Daniel, and he did get the 3 white lights. He's got a total, he's on the board. Our openers in this flight ranging from 170 kilos right up to 230.
Yeah, and a similar story to how we've had in squat and bench. We won't know the placing for overall or for deadlift until we've seen the second flight lift, where we'll most likely see the medals go to. But we won't count anybody in this flight out, especially with openers up to 230.
Absolutely. And here's Daniel Gomez from Spain, 190 kilos on the bar. Three whites, it's a good opener, he's on the board.
200 kilos for Sean Patrick, Fiji, Canada. James Bond, get ready.
The bar's loaded now for our Canadian lifter, Sean Patrick Dickey, 200 kilos.
Very, very easy. And just like a squat and bench, very quick onto the platform, very quick off.
Absolutely. Maybe he thinks if he goes faster, the session will go faster. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case with 3 flights.
Get ready.
The bar's getting loaded now for James Moan, our Irish lifter, with 207.5 kilos.
Yeah, James having a great day so far. Very technically efficient lifter. Very good to watch.
It's probably very nice to referee as well. I think the Irish singlets are one of those coveted singlets as well. and the t-shirts with the gold on them.
Yeah, very nice.
Very snappy and, like you said, technically efficient.
I'm hoping to see all whites there and no yellows. He gets 1 yellow, I think, for not putting the bar down all the way to the floor, but hopefully, I think one jury member's pointing that out. Hopefully it was close enough to the floor. Sometimes it's hard to tell. And yeah, I think that's okay.
I think that his hand unwrapped on the bounce, which is, it's quite tricky to pick in the moment as a referee.
Yeah, but that's exactly what the replays and the juries are for.
And here's Jer from Suriname, 210 kilos, making it look as an opener should. 3 white lights.
3 white lights. Oh, you did it. 215 for Soto Morales, Chile.
Our spotters and loaders are loading up 215 kilos for our next lifter, who is Felix Andre Soto Monares from Chile.
Yeah, already opening above his personal best on deadlift and a huge total PB, currently at 77.5, so to give him that coveted 500 kilo total.
On his bio here, it's got him competing less than a year, so I think everything's a PB at this rate, but doing it on this big stage is pretty impressive. And yeah, 3 white lights, he's secured a total. Our next lifter is the last lifter of this round, and then there will be second attempts. Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez from Guatemala will be attempting 230 kilos for his first attempt. Very slow and steady, not as snappy as some of the other lifters we've seen, but 3 white lights. Bars loaded now for Hikaru Yamada with 160 kilos.
$15 jump here for Yamada. Gives him a total personal best.
And it's a good lift for Hikaru.
Daniel Kwan, Singapore, 182.5. It's now Daniel Gomez, España. Bar loaded.
Bars loaded now for Daniel Kwan from Singapore, 182.5 kilos.
Just 2.5 kilos of his personal best with this, and the new total PB as well by 7.5 kilos. Still very, very comfortable heading into that third round.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 white lights for a second there. The bar's getting loaded now for Daniel Gomez of Spain. 205 kilos on the bar for him, which is 5 kilos above his deadlift personal best. So coming away with a PB on the world stage is a great effort. Let's hope he gets it.
Yeah, slow and steady. Didn't look difficult, just very controlled.
Yeah, and nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a bit of patience off the floor.
215 for Jean-Baptiste Canada. Next out, Jeff Suriname.
Next up we have our Canadian lifter, Sean Patrick Dickey. He's loaded 215 kilos for a 15 kilo jump from his first attempt.
Yeah, still very comfortable. A good lift, 3 white lights, and a good set of deadlifts so far.
Next up we'll be having our Suriname lifter, Gia Catatoreno, with 220 kilos loaded for his second attempt, which is a 10 kilo jump from his first. Oh, unfortunately, it looked like his grip gave out before anything else just then.
Yeah, let's have a look at that replay and see if we can catch exactly what happened.
222.5 for James Moore, Ireland. Bars loaded.
Yeah, that was his right hand, the fingers you could just see slipping. Next up we'll have James Moan from Ireland with 222.5 kilos on the bar.
Getting very close to his total PB with the second attempt. This will give him 520, his personal best at 524.
Yeah, and looks to be pushing his deadlift PB as well, hopefully with his next attempt. Yeah, no questions there.
Yeah, definitely looking to take home a new total PB there.
Now Chile, Soto Morales, 230. Lima Perez, Guatemala, get
Seems to be a very patient lifter, James does.
Yeah, and it does him very well. He's very patient in all 3 of his lifts, and it's serving him.
Next up we have Felix Andre Soto Monares from Chile with 230 kilos on the bar. He's taken a 15 kilo jump from his opener.
Bar loaded.
Just bringing in some energy there before his deadlift attempt.
Yeah, we've got lots of hybrid athletes in this class. Running on, jumping, carrying on.
We'll have a powerlifting sports day after. 15 kilo jump here, sizable jump. Like we said, hitting PBs in every attempt.
Yeah, it's what we like to see.
That's the end of the second round for this first group of juniors. 37.5 Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez, Guatemala. Hikaru Yamada, Japan. Get ready.
The bar is getting loaded now for Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez from Guatemala. 237.5 kilos, which is 7.5 kilos above his current deadlift PB. and his total PB already surpassing his previous one. A little bit shaky to pull that up. He did get a down command, but yeah, I wasn't super convinced with that.
Yeah, let's look at the replay. The blue would have been for downwards movement or for assisting. I don't think I saw the bar dip necessarily.
No, I'm not sure I saw it either. I mean, it was uneven, but the bar is allowed to be uneven. It just has to maintain its movement and not dip in its entirety. The bar's just getting cleaned now before our third attempt start in this flight. We'll be starting with Hikaru Yamada from Japan with 175 kilos on the bar. This will be 5 kilos above his current deadlift PB.
That is tough. Just
Yeah.
15 kilos was a very ambitious jump.
Yeah, especially a 15 kilo jump from second to third. I mean, we have seen it from first to second quite a bit in this session, but the second to third, that is quite ambitious.
30 kilos spread over deadlift for a 59 is a huge amount of weight to cover.
I think he can still be happy with his day regardless. Next up we'll have Daniel Kwan from Singapore, who has loaded 192.5 kilos for his third attempt, which is a 10 kilo jump on his second. Significantly higher than his current PB, 7.5 kilos.
Yeah, it's been a fairly consistent lifter today as well. A little wobble towards the top there, but managed to keep pulling through. Was there a dip?
I did wonder if there was a complete dip there with the bar. It's 2-1. So there is a chance of the jury overturning it. However, they do seem to be, looking at that replay, it is quite clear. However, the team Singapore coach is coming to question it. And, I mean, you have to have your lifter's best interests at heart.
And he sent away quite quickly, almost as quickly as he came up to the table. But like you said, you might as well try, especially on that third attempt.
Next up we'll have Daniel Gomez from Spain. He's loaded 210 kilos for his third attempt, which is a 5 kilo jump on his second, and a 5 kilo PB if he manages to pull it.
Stayed with that really, really well.
Yeah, that was that patience we were talking about earlier, and he was rewarded with 3 white lights. Our first lifter to make all 3 deadlifts, but we are very early into the flight still. The bar is currently being loaded for our lifter from Suriname, Jer, loading 220 kilos to retake his second attempt.
Get ready.
There's 5 attempts remaining before we head through to the next flight of 59s, where we see the conclusion of who walks away 59 kilo junior world champion.
Marloaded.
I mean, of course, all of the records, sub-junior, junior, and open are all the same now. 286. We just
Yeah.
saw that happen.
We did.
And I don't think my voice can handle someone else trying to break that again today.
No, everyone else needs to stay well below the records for your sake.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Gio's making the most of his full minute to get set up there, making sure he has the best chance of pulling it.
And it looks a lot better than that second.
Yeah, it does. Do the refs agree? Oh, 2-1. So he got a red from our side referee and a red card for deadlifters for lockout. The jury doesn't seem too phased by it. Next up, we will have our Canadian lifter Sean Patrick Dickey with 227.5 kilos for his third attempt, 10 kilos above his current PB. And that's something he'd be pretty pleased to get, should he pull it.
Yeah, absolutely. And as expected, storming onto the platform. The camera couldn't even keep up with him.
This man is in a rush. And I mean, that deadlift was pretty quick as well.
I think he keeps the momentum going from the walk.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's rewarded 3 white lights. Speedy on off, speedy to the refs for a fist bump. Man is living in fast forward. The bar being loaded now to 232.5 kilos for our Irish lifter, James Bone. Which is 3.5 kilos above his current PB, which we believe is an Irish record. So if he makes this, he'll have a new Irish record.
Yeah, that and a new total personal best by 6 kilos. So perhaps both Irish records in total and in deadlift.
Sounds like a good day at the office for James. Just settling himself before he pulls his deadlift. Having to maintain that technical proficiency even though it is his third attempt deadlift. That patience of, oh,
Yeah, just a little bit too much today. But it's the first time we've really seen him break at all or struggle.
Yeah. He did have that patience off before. Maybe the 10 kilo jump was a little bit ambitious.
Just closed his eyes and hoped.
Yeah, but I think he can still be very proud of his day.
I see you close your eyes and hope when you see lifters take big attempts.
Yeah, and when I watch equipped lifting as well. Bars being loaded now for Felix Andre Sotomayor from Chile. 240 kilos on the bar for our penultimate deadlift of this flight. Not forgetting that we do have the A flight for the 59 juniors coming up. And hopefully more records for your entertainment, but not for our voices.
And there's that hop that we've seen every time.
These juniors have too much energy. If I jumped, I would not be able to deadlift that much. Not that I can anyway.
I'm just not there today.
No.
If I jumped, I don't think I'll be able to do anything for a few days.
It comes with old age. Unfortunately, no lift there, but we're up to our final deadlift in this flight before we move on to the A flight. Anderson Alfredo Lima Perez from Guatemala has also loaded 240 kilos on the bar. They're just giving the bar a clean as they do between each third attempt to give the lifters the best chance of pulling it.
and steadies himself before he walks onto the platform. Gives himself a few words of encouragement. But it's just too much today.
Yeah, unfortunately no lift there, but we are moving on to the A flight first attempts, so we can reset and, as you said, climb back up that hill of hype for third attempts. Perhaps not as far as we did before.
Well, I hope so. I'm certainly always up to getting that hyped for some final deadlifts. It means something is going extremely right. And we head straight into the junior round now. The heaviest opener being 265. And I'll tell you what, that's not a million miles away from the record that has just been beaten at 286. It was at 273.5, I believe, the open record. And, sorry, 276.5. And I imagine Bodhi Lecoq didn't expect it to be pushed or pushed quite as far. So it's interesting to see how this will pan out. Of course, I imagine first he'll have his eyes on the title. Nirav Mungra from India, 210 on the bar. Nice strong lockout and a good lift, 3 white lights.
215 for Wei Cheng Huang from Chinese Taipei. William Chin, get ready.
Wei Chen Huang from Chinese Taipei, now 215 kilos on the bar. Very tidy looking opening attempt there from Huang. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Same weight for William Chin, Australia. Kwakunyako, get ready. Bars loaded.
William Kin from Australia, 215 for his opening attempt. And that is more than comfortable. It is easy. 3 white lights, a good lift.
227.5 for Kwakunyako from the US Virgin Islands. In the hunt, right behind Noel and Laco. In the meantime,
Didn't even slow down in slow-mo. Kwaku Nyako from US Virgin Islands.
Followed it.
227.5 for his opening attempt. Had some real difficulties in bench press. Managed to finally get that final bench in on the board. Gave us a big worry. He waited quite a while to start taking that final bench. But doesn't matter now. With this opening deadlift, should all go well, he secures that total and still in a position to fight for podium with Agabon just behind him. Yeah, and that is very comfortable. Plenty to go from here. 3 white lights, a good lift. And it'll be interesting to see
230 kilos.
how
Argentina,
easy
Thomas
Agabon's
Gonzalez.
opening attempt
Tyler
is,
Morrow, get ready.
how big that fight will be between the two of them.
Bar loaded.
Of course, it's not just about that, mistakes can be made. Thomas Arce Gonzalez from Argentina, 230 kilos. Wow, another extremely comfortable opener, seeing some phenomenal opening lifts.
Tyler Morrow, USA, 240 kilos, just like Alexis Lawrence Agabon from the Philippines right after.
They're not leaving anything up to chance.
Bar loaded.
Tyler Morrow, another athlete who gave us a bit of a scare on the bench press. 240 kilos for his opening attempt. And not entirely out of the race for podium by any means. But has some mileage to make up after that bench mishap. Where Kwaku jumped, Morrow stayed the same on all three benches. But that is a lovely easy opener and secures his total.
Same weight for Alexis Lawrence Agabon, Philippines. Next out, Valentin Dupinoel, France. Bar loaded.
3 opening attempts left, first of which is Alexis Lawrence Agabon from the Philippines, who I believe upped his opener, looking to put some pressure on Nyarko and Morrow for that bronze. 240 kilos on the bar. Still well off his best total, so see where this lands him, pushing for that bronze medal. And the game is on. 3 white lights, a good lift.
The last two contenders are the title contenders. France and the USA once again. But this time with Valentin Dupinoel and Cody Laco, 250 and 265. Bars loaded for Valentin.
Valentin Dupuy-Noël from France, 250 kilos. He'll be fighting with Leco for that overall title. Dupuy-Noël in the better position, currently in the lead with opening attempts by 7.5 kilos. He's also the lighter of the two.
But as we know, things can change in deadlifts, especially with those third attempt changes.
A good lift takes the lead of the class. Cody Laco, USA, 265.
I think it could be a similar case that we saw in the sub-juniors, that Leco might have to pull the world open record, which has just been broken, in order to win, if that's what Dupuy-Noël's opening attempt looks like. So, buckle your seatbelts. We're in for another roller coaster. Our final opening attempts, and I think this will answer a lot of questions. 265 for Bodie Leco, which would have been a lot closer to the world record had it not just been pushed up by the sub-junior French lifter.
But as you said, still not out of the race.
No, not at all, absolutely not. First and foremost, the title. And that is extremely comfortable, plenty left to go there. 3 white lights, a good lift, bodes very well for Leco.
And everyone is on the board. And the game continues.
Laco from USA, first with 602.5. Valentin Dupinoel. It's pretty close at the top, only 7.5 kilos.
And as we head into the second round, as Briar so rightly said, everybody secured their total, so now the push comes in. the battle for gold, the battle for bronze.
Level first. Power loaded, Wardina, 225.
Nirav Mungra, 225, 15 kilo jump.
There was a bit of effort in there, but I think it was a pretty good attempt selection. Maybe not another 15 kilo jump to his third.
No, and you often do see lifters take a bigger jump from their opener to their second than they do from their second to their third. Occasionally it's matched. Very rarely it's larger, but that seems to be the most common choice.
Power loaded.
Wei Chin Huang from Chinese Taipei, 227.5 for his second attempt.
And it's 3 white lights for a second attempt.
Same weight for William Chin, Australia. Thomas S. Gonzalez, Argentina. Get ready. All loaded.
William Kin from Australia, 227.5 kilos, 12.5 kilo jump. A new total PB.
Three white lights, and it's a good lift for a second. Does look at his thumb walking off though, so I'm hoping that's not going to become a problem for him in his third attempt.
Yeah, I can see ever so slightly the grip trying to come apart there, but held on to it for just long enough.
That's all you need.
Tomas Arce Gonzalez from Argentina taking a 10 kilo jump to 240.
Three white lights, it's a good lift for a second.
Yeah, and still moving very, very quickly. Plenty left in the tank there. Kwaku Nyako from US Virgin Islands, 245 kilos, 17.5 kilo jump. Keeps him in bronze overall for the time being and moves him into deadlift bronze for now. If he gets this, he's going to be a lot harder to catch. If Nyako and Agabon both get their second attempts, they'll be separated by 10 kilos.
20 seconds.
And Kwaku making the most of his full minute to get set up. And he got three white lights, but that 10-second countdown buzzer had started. I think Kwaku likes a bit of drama, likes adding a bit of spice to the session.
Little flair. Agabon now for the Philippines, coming up 252.5. Pulls him into deadlift silver for the time being, with Morrow deploying the well and Lecoq to follow, but not quite enough for bronze overall for the time being. A lot can change in third attempts though. We'll see how this moves. And it moves very well.
It does indeed.
He has the advantage of lifting after Nyarko, but the disadvantage of having to bridge the gap. Three-second attempts remaining, all of mammoth size. First up, Tyler Morrow from the United States, opting for a 20-kilo jump from his opener to his second to 260 kilos. And I wonder how many of these athletes thought that that record might be within reach until they started their deadlift session.
I do wonder. However, as we've learnt, things can change very quickly.
Some excellent deadlifters in this flight, in this session.
Yeah. There's a good second attempt from Tyler there.
And you see it clicking on your screen. This one is for a world junior total record. The bar is loaded.
And for a world junior total record here in his second attempt, Valentin Dupuy-Noël from France, 262.5 kilos, keeps him in #1 overall as well. Gives him 6:15. The current world junior total record is 6:02.5, so extending it by 12.5 kilos with this second attempt should he make it. And he does with ease.
Yeah, I don't think there was any question with him making that. Supported by his teammate Nez, who just broke some records in 47 kilo class herself.
And just one deadlift remaining, and of course it can belong to nobody else other than Bodhi Lecoq. 277.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump, landing him less than 10 kilos below the new open world record and the new world junior record on deadlift. An absolutely historic moment. 277.5 for Lecoq, over his deadlift personal best as it stands from the second attempt. And again, it is so speedy. 3 white lights, a good lift, and as we mentioned, he's going to have to pull something monumental and maybe even another record to get ahead of Dupuy-Noël, but he will get to pull after him, that is assured. And heading into that third and final round, we can see the deadlifts as they stand, Lecoq, Dupuy-Noël and Morrow. But overall, you can see Dupuy-Noël currently 7.5 kilos ahead of Lecoq. Nyarko just ahead of Morrow. It looks like people are starting to separate, but a lot can happen in the final round of deadlifts as we head into it.
First to go in this last round of deadlift will be from India.
And we take a moment to prepare the bar for these huge lifts coming up. And first up to the bar we have Nirav Mungra from India, 230 kilos.
Now the bar is loaded for Nirav Mungra.
He has taken another 15 kilo jump. No, 5 kilos. I can't do maths at this time of the evening. Possibly a wise choice.
5 kilo jump for a new personal best.
Oh, and the extra 5 kilos does seem to have glued that to the floor. Unfortunately, no third attempt for our Indian lifter.
William Chin, Australia, 237.5. Wei Chen Huan, get ready. It's a 10 kilo jump for Chin.
William Chin from Australia. 237.5 kilos for a 2 kilo personal best on deadlift and a 10 kilo personal best on total.
And the wave of Australians walking up to the front of the venue was quite impressive. He looks a bit crampy there.
Yeah, a calf cramp is not how you want to end your day. Just 7 deadlifts remaining. Wei Chen Huang, Chinese Taipei, up next. Taking a 12.5 kilo jump. Looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best. 240 kilos on the bar. So it matches total PB.
Wow, that looked pretty speedy for a third. I'd say he probably had a little bit more gas left in the tank.
Moving on, we have Thomas Arce Gonzalez, Argentina. 10 kilo jump, 250 for that same amount of a personal best. 65th in the deadlift event.
Thomas Arce Gonzalez from Argentina. Out for his final attempt, taking a 10 kilo jump to 250. For a new deadlift personal best and 2.5 kilo total PB. I imagine that's why they put this number on the bar. Everything's looked pretty snappy so far.
And that looked great for a third attempt. Then he got 3 white lights. A good lift.
Next to round, Guacuñaco from the US Virgin Islands, 255. That would be a 7 kilo personal best. 64th in the deadlift event.
Now the fight for positions begin.
Position in the class.
First up, looking to secure the bronze overall. We have Kweku Nyako from the United States Virgin Islands. USVI, 10 kilo jump to 255. To be a personal best on deadlift and on total. Kweku Nyako from USVI, looking for some energy from the room, looking to secure that bronze medal overall. If he misses this, the bronze is at risk. And he does keep it moving. Very, very patient. A great final pull, and makes it that much harder for Morrow and Agabon to push for that bronze medal. And as expected, we've seen some attempt changes come in. The first being from Agabon, who looks like he's not going to try and push for it. And another attempt change, I imagine, from Tyler Morrow and Team USA, but we'll keep our eye on the board. Haven't seen it come in, but the bar is being loaded to Agabon from the Philippines, 260 kilos.
Yeah, it seems that Tyler's dropped his third attempt to 265 rather than 267.5.
Yeah, so it looks like they're battling amongst themselves for deadlift medals and leaving the bronze overall to Nyarko from USVI, which I'm sure he'll be very happy to hear. But another attempt change to come in. Some mind games here amongst the teams.
Yeah, what's coming in now?
I've got to say, I feel a little sorry for the spotters and loaders, but the bar is loaded now and it can't change. I haven't seen the change. Agabon, 260 on the bar, looking to pull into deadlift bronze. He is lighter than Morrow. He is lighter than Morrow, and therefore, if he gets this, he'll stay in deadlift bronze. I imagine if he gets this, Morrow will look to up his attempt. If he misses this, Morrow will drop. But just as steady as his other attempts.
Absolutely, that patience off the floor and then quite snappy at lockout.
Which means maybe Morrow's dropping 2.5 kilos here just to do what they need. Yep, and there it is. Drops 2.5 kilos to 262.5. Fighting for that deadlift bronze. He's a little heavier, so he needs the extra couple kilos. It's just 2.5 kilos above his second attempt. Hopefully well within reason for him.
That is guaranteed deadlift bronze for the USA.
Just cleaning the bar before the last attempt of Tyler Morrow. 262.5 kilos to try and take that deadlift bronze. The fight for bronze overall was just too much.
What lights? That's deadlift bronze for Tyler Morrow, USA.
So Tyler's locked that bronze in for himself.
Champion in the class. Who's the world champion 59 for the juniors? We are moving to 17.
We do have Bodie Leco's coach hovering by the table, ready to change attempts if needed.
Well, with Dupuy Noel going for 270, regardless of what he gets, if he gets this, he doesn't get this, they're going to drop it. It's just going to be in varying amounts depending on what they need to take the title. But they're both going to have to break that junior record in order to win if they want to. And first up, Valentin Dupuy Noel from France, 270 kilos to stay in gold overall for the time being. Deadlift gold already belonging to Leco, to give him the best shot of becoming junior world champion in the 59 kilo class. And there it is, the job made harder for USA and Leco. 3 white lights, a good lift, and a new world junior record. We've seen Leco drop, and the number is still monstrous. You just have to watch this replay. I'll tell you what that number is in a second's time. And if you thought it was exciting about an hour ago, you just wait. Bodhi Lecoq has loaded 293 for a new World Open deadlift record and a World Junior total record. It was monumental enough when the sub-junior broke it by a good way not so long ago. Now Bodhi Lecoq looking to break it just before this year. It hadn't been broken in years. Waska broke it in January. It was broken by Alain from France a few moments ago in the sub-juniors, and now looking to break it for a third time this year to take it back to the US, not to Oscar but back to the US. Bodhi Lecoq is attempting it for the junior total record, the world title, and for the open deadlift record. Everybody is at the front, including the current record holder. The bar is loaded for Bodhi Lecoq, 293 kilos for a new open deadlift record, the world title, and a junior total record. All or nothing for Bodhi Lecoq. And is that it, ladies and gentlemen? 2-1 in Deadlift, a new open world record. We'll hold our breaths while the jury look it over. It got a red light, but can you believe 2 times the open world record's been broken by juniors and sub-juniors today? And that will remain as a good lift. For a second time today, the open world record has been demolished. It started at 276.5. It ended at 293. What an extension. What a day. And as you can see in deadlift bronze, Morrow from the United States, in silver, Depoy Noel. And of course, with a new open deadlift record, Bodhi Lecoq, 293. And overall in bronze, Nyarko from USVI, 602.5. In silver, Depoy Noel from France, 622.5. But no one could quite beat Bodhi Lecoq, 623, your new world champion, and a new open deadlift record of 293. Ladies and gentlemen, what an exciting start. A great first day to the classic portion of the championships. Please stick around for the medal ceremony. They very much earned it. And join us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the women's sub-junior 52 and 57 kilo class. We'll see you there.
biological years. Thank you. Silver medalist from Mexico with 182.5, Saul Caballero. And now we all know he wants to shine within you, so he will world record of 215.5. In the USA, Justin Nguyen will be your winner. Thank you. Moving on to the bench press. Bronze medalist with 117.5 from Chile, Martín Gaspaves. Bench silver with 120 from Colombia, Carlos Esteban García Herrera. With a best attempt of 125, bench press gold goes to France and Alain Duondini. Thank you. Moving on to the deadlift with the best attempt of 235 kilos from Chile, Martín Gaspaves. Silver medalist in the deadlift event with 255 from the USA, Justin Nguyen. And with a new world record that stood for 30 minutes, 286 from France, gold medalist Alain Duondini. Thank you. And we move on into the final placings. The bronze medalist of the class with 515 from Colombia, Carlos Esteban García Herrera. Vice champion silver medalist with 585.5 from the USA, Justin Nguyen. With a massive 586. The 2025 IPF World Classic Junior Champion of the class, Alain Duondini. He's the best junior in the world in 2025. Now, everyone, please stand up for the national anthem of France.
Picture. Together.
Get on your first step for the picture. Thank you guys. You were absolutely fantastic. Moving on to the awards for the juniors. In this quadrant of the juniors, bronze spot gold goes to US Virgin Islands with 215, Kwaku Nyaku. Thanks, guys. Moving on to the bench press events for the juniors. Bronze medalist with 132.5 from España, Daniel Gomez. With the same best attempt but lighter on body weight was the US Virgin Islands, Joaquin Diaco. Bench press goal goes to France and Valentin Dupuis-Noël. Thank you. Moving on to deadlifts. Bronze medalist with 262.5 from the USA, Tyler Morrow. Silver medalist with 270 from France, Valentin Dupuis-Noël. And with a new open world record as a junior, 293 from the USA, Cody Lackey. Thank you. We'll move on now to the final placings. Bronze medalist in the best with 602.5 for the US Virgin Islands, Joaquin Diaco. The five changing of the guys, both the world junior record. The Wilson Way vice champion with silver medal from France, Valentin Dupuis-Noël.